First session is focusing on marriage penalties. And on that particular issue, I was in touch with a grad student at UVA not too long ago, and he said to me this. He said, "I continue to be amazed by the trajectory difference between my married versus unmarried friends," adding, "I keep thinking of my high school classmates who are basically trapped by Medicaid and other income-based programs never get married." So this morning, we're going to learn more about the ways that this student, this grad student of mine at UVA is onto something. America's public policies, especially our tax and welfare policies, often penalize marriage, locking couples out of marriage and trapping too many people in poverty. Marriage penalties, which often fall hardest on the working class, can end up robbing families of between 10 and 30% of their real income. One study found that a working class couple with 2 kids in Arkansas stood to lose 32% of their real income if they married. This is important because numerous studies indicate that marriage penalties discourage lower-income families from putting a ring on it. One survey found, for instance, that more than 1 in 10 lower-income unmarried Americans said that they were unmarried because they would, quote, lose access to government benefits like Medicaid, child care, food stamps. So to learn more about this marriage penalty problem, I'm honored to have 2 guests join us today. Our first guest is Eric Randolph, who is the Director of Research at the Georgia Center for Opportunity. Eric began his work at the GAO and later moved into state government, working with the Committee on Appropriations in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, along with the Pennsylvania Secretary of Public Welfare. The second guest is Nick Dunn, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Communications at the Sutherland Institute in Utah. Prior to joining Sutherland, Nick served as the Director of Utah Community Builders, the Salt Lake City Chamber's nonprofit social impact foundation. Before that, Nick worked with the Utah Valley Chamber, served as a senior policy advisor to Salt Lake County Councilman Amy Winter Newton, and was a lead speechwriter for Utah Governor Gary Herbert. So let us welcome now first Eric Randolph to speak on this issue.
This is a very important topic, but we have a lot of ground to cover. So I'm going to just jump right into it. So what I'm going to be doing is, the first thing is I'm going to talk about what is a natural state of either living together, what happens in a natural state. Then I'm going to talk about what happens when we introduce taxes and safety net benefits into the picture. And then I'm going to give you some program examples. And then finally, I'm going to talk about some underlying causes and possible solutions. So the next thing I want to just say is that it's a little bit odd because here we have in the audience somebody with nationally recognized expert on marriage, but I'm just going to look at marriage from the point of view of the economics of it. And so basically, a household is an economic unit. And so from an economic point of view, that's how we think about it. And if you think back to the days of the pioneers, it really took 2 people to make a household work. You needed a male, you needed a female. And we can get into greater detail if you want to know about that. But even today, right, because we have a lot of technologies that make things easier for us, it's still advantageous. So we look at it from a financial standpoint, we look at it from a productive standpoint, and there's advantages to have marriage. There's many other things that Brad, for example, can enumerate for us for the advantages of marriage, but I'm not going to get into that. So there's 2 basic questions. I kind of divide the question of marriage penalty into 2. The first one is, should we live together, right? And the second one is, if we're living together, should we live together married or unmarried? So that's kind of the approach. I'm going to first look at the first question, and just one little note that the way I view marriage is a covenant. It's a covenant between 2 people. And if you're religious, it's a covenant between 2 people and God. And then that provides legal protections. You know, we have legal protections for not just the spouses, but also for the children. All right, so what is the natural state? This is where imagine a world without taxation and imagine a world without safety net benefits. That's what I'm calling the natural state. And so I'm going to randomly pick, a wage. So let's say that we have an annual wage for a single mom and she has 2 kids. She's earning $15,000. And then we have a boyfriend who's earning $15,000. And the question is, shall we live together, right? Is there a financial advantage? So if I pick that random 2 wages, it turns out that if you add them together, there's going to be what we call a bonus. They're going to be financially better off by living together. So if I look at another scenario, suppose that the boyfriend is only earning $3,000. So the mom's still earning $15,000, and then the single mom is earning $3,000. In this case, there's actually a marriage penalty. This is without taxation, without safety net benefits, and we calculate that by figuring out that he's going to draw resources away from her and her children. I calculate it on a per capita basis. So that's kind of the natural state. So just comparing the two. So I did 2 calculations, right? I picked one point, one wage and another wage, and then I picked another set of wages. But that's really not good enough to give us a sense. What we need to do is we need to know the whole scope of it. We need a big grid where we can go across, let's say, 50 combinations or 100 combinations. Well, that's kind of what I did. I did 2,601 wage combinations from 0 to 50,000 for each of the like the single mom and the spouse. And then what you get is you get this, okay? What this is it's an area graph, and it has 2,601 calculations of various combinations of wages. So if you look at the graph and you go from left to right, that's the single mom's earnings. And then if you go from front to back, that's the boyfriend's earnings. And then the shading is that if they actually end up ahead by living together, it's in the blue. If they're negative from the point of view of the single mom, it is a penalty for her. So the only times when it doesn't make sense for her to live together with the dad is if he earns, actually it turns out to be less than the per capita income that she has for the children. Otherwise, he takes resources away from. This is the natural state, right? No taxes, and it also has no safety net benefits. Okay, next what I'm going to do is let's see what happens if we throw in taxes and safety net benefits. And if we do that, this is what you get. This is the same graph. It's the same graph, and notice all the red areas. So what was naturally it was advantageous for a large swath of areas of combinations of wages is actually gone financially just by adding in taxes and safety net benefits. Now let's look at question number 2. So the second question that I asked was, if you're going to live together, does it pay to be married or unmarried? In the natural state, it makes no difference. This is what it looks like. So for question number 2, it doesn't matter. All the advantages of living together is going to be the same, right? And this is what you get. But if we add in taxes and safety net benefits, this is what you get. So these are the marriage penalties. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break it down a little bit. Let's take a look at the programs that are causing this, let's go some examples. So here you have a simple example. We have a wage of $20,000 for the single mom, and we have $30,000 for the dad, and we're looking at question number 2. If we live together, shall we be married or unmarried? And in this scenario, you see that there's a marriage penalty of $15,000 if they actually live together. And then, you could see that you could actually kind of visualize it on the stack graph, right? I actually have another slide that kind of breaks it down a little bit more, but you can actually say for this wage combination, there's a marriage penalty. However, this is assuming that all the rules of taxation and safety net programs are being followed and enforced. If we account for human behavior, it actually changes, and I need to show you this. If I add into for human behavior, it actually more than doubles the marriage penalty. Now, what are some of the human behaviors? Like, for example, in the earned income tax credit, you can actually, it depends how you declare which children show up on whose tax forms. And so you can actually calculate, well, if the boyfriend puts the child on the tax form, which they can do, we will get more money out of it. You can do it in other programs as well. You can actually, figure it out. And and I'm not blaming anybody, because I think we would all do the same thing, right? Because this is an economic incentive to increase your financial resources. So if you just a little bit comparison, the one on the left is all the eligibility rules are enforced and followed, and then the one on the right is accounting for economic behavior. So what do the incentives provide? And what you can see, you more than double the actual penalty. So let's kind of break this down a little bit. So for the first one, for FICA taxes, no penalty. It's the same no matter what. Federal taxes without RTOs, this is a little bit, you'll see that it might be a little bit confusing. It's showing no marriage penalty, even accounting for economic behavior. And we're only looking now at one wage combination, $20,000, $30,000. We'll talk about that later. Refundable tax credits had a penalty, and now it's even bigger. Cash assistance was neutral, but now there's a penalty. Food assistance was neutral, now there's a penalty. Medical assistance, childcare. So basically with economic behavior, you have a penalty for every the major safety net programs. And this is simply a question of living together, married or unmarried. So let's kind of now we're going to use the same kind of 3D graph. This is the marriage penalties that you see relative to the federal taxes without the refundable tax credits. And notice that there is an area of red. The reason why it didn't show up with the combination of 20,000 and 30,000 is they didn't actually end up paying any income tax. That's why it was neutral. But if we would expand, if we would pick another wage combination, then there's actually a penalty. Well, I'm just going to go through these pretty quick. Here looks at this is accounting for economic, here are your refundable tax credits. So you see that there is an area where one of them earned not much, where there might be a bonus, but pretty much for almost all wage combinations, there's going to be a penalty. Let's take a look at the area of food assistance. It's pretty much across the board. There's going to be penalties, with Medicaid and CHIP. There's also a lot of combinations with penalties, the premium tax credit, and then here we go with child care assistance, and finally, Section 8 housing vouchers. So if you combine all these together, that would bring us back to that first chart I showed you before. So you see that there is a problem with the financial incentives that we have for couples living together, married versus unmarried. So then if we let's look at some of the underlying causes. Just kind of look at that, and this will wrap it up. So the first point I want to make is that U.S. tax system was actually created 111 years ago. And when we made that tax system, we have married filing jointly, right? We have head of household, and we have single. There's no category called living together. And so that's actually one of the reasons I believe that you actually have this, because we don't have a system that accounts for people who are living together unmarried. The assumption was that if you're going to live together, you're going to be married. And then the next one is that their safety net programs are set up the same way, right? We don't really account for that scenario. So that allows people to say, well, why don't we, if we're going to set it up this way, why don't we just live together unmarried, right? And that's a rational economic behavior. The next one down is when they are not. So there are some cases when they are not, they do account for it. So there are some programs that do account for it, but there's always ways around it, right? Human beings are very innovative and smart, and they figure things out. And the next one down is most safety net programs do not enforce personal responsibility when it requires participants to seek child support. And I'm just going to give the example of the TANF program. In the TANF program, in order for you to get any cash grant money or participate in TANF, you have to, by regulation, and I believe by law, we can double check that, you have to seek child support. So if you have a single mom and she comes in, and let's say that she has 2 children, it's like, did you seek child support from the father of these children? And so it might be a case that the father could be in prison, and then there are exceptions to it. So, well, we realize the father can't provide, in this circumstance, but you have to seek it. You have to be able to seek it. You can't have a father out there who's not actually doing his parental responsibility for that child. And so that's a requirement with the TANF program, but it's not a requirement for any of the other programs. Why don't we make this a requirement for other programs as well? So the solution, I'm throwing this out there. What is a possible solution for marriage penalties? Question 2. One is change the tax system to account for people living together who are not married. Require all safety net programs to do the same. Create incentives for those living together in marriage. And an example of that is that, like with the food stamp program, you could have a standard deduction that only marriage couples are eligible for. And that would encourage that. Then there is require pursuing child support. I think I just talked about that one. And then I would recommend scrub all the eligibility rules to clean it out, to make sure that they encourage marriage as opposed to. That would be the work of just kind of going through all the regulations and that. And then finally, I'm going to link in one door and benefit cliffs, work benefit cliffs. I think you have to address that too, because if you address that too, you actually make the marriage penalties less. So that's the last point. And I think with that, that's it. Thank you.
Morning, everyone, and thank you, Eric, for that. There's a lot of great data in there that can kind of give a sense of depth to this issue. One of the things that, that looks like my slides are not pulled up wherever you are in the room. Oh, well, if we can get that situated, I'll just talk for a minute. There we go, thank you. What I want to talk through is sort of putting a personal face on some of this data. And really, when we go through these things, we think of things in terms of economics and dollars and cents, and how does this look like in different tax codes and combinations for different households. And all of that is really, really important. But what we did at Sutherland Institute was we wanted to understand how are individual people, how are regular families actually making decisions when it comes to things like work progression, which we'll talk about in the second panel a little bit later, and also in this case, talking about decisions around marriage. And do these kinds of disincentives or perceived disincentives actually affect decision making? So I'm going to be talking about a little bit of data from a new paper from Sutherland that we just released last week called Strengthening the American Dream. And again, it focuses a lot on benefit cliffs and work disincentives, but we asked about marriage as well, and what we found was really, really instructive, especially for a place like Utah. So I want to start out with a woman named Carlotta. She's a resident of Georgia. As part of this research, we did some informal focus groups with some folks in Georgia, thanks to our friends at Georgia Center for Opportunity for helping connect us with those folks. You see Carlotta's quote here. She says, "I believe in the institution of marriage. I have very traditional beliefs and values, and that's something that's very important to me. But I can't lose my coverage. that would just be foolish. It would be like shooting myself in the foot or something like that, getting married. Now, Carlotta shared this after she was talking about her experience. She has a longtime partner that they've been in a relationship for a while, and she kind of articulated that he and I would actually want to get married, but there's this serious fear of how it would impact their benefits. And in Carlotta's case in particular, she was really worried about medical benefits. There are some needs that she needs covered through that she just feared that, well, if I were to get married, then it would negatively impact our household in terms of what we have access to in terms of benefits. And so I want us to kind of keep that personal story of Carlotta in our mind while I talk about some of this data. So one of the questions, again, is sort of, is there a gap in the evidence? We can model out marriage disincentives and say, well, this is what it would look like for somebody. But then the question really becomes, how does this impact decision making? You know, when people get married, are they kind of looking at the financial circumstance or not, and what is impacting that? And so what we did was we did a survey of Utahns who are participating or have recently participated in the social safety net. And with respect to marriage disincentives, we wanted to answer two questions. Number one, is it actually happening? Meaning, are people altering their behavior with respect to marriage because of what they perceive to be a cliff effect or a disincentive effect of some form in the social safety net? And then the second question is, are there specific programs they're worried about? When they alter their behavior, are they doing so because, well, I can't lose SNAP or Medicaid or some of the programs that Eric talked about? So those are kind of our key research questions. I won't go over the methodology too much, but it was just shy of 500 people, Utah adults, that were current or recent participants in the social safety net. Most of the respondents were recent, about 2/3. So even though we covered a 7-year period to ensure a big enough sample size, the vast majority of the respondents were recent or even current. They were using these programs at the time of responding to the survey. So first, kind of a general sentiment question. We asked people just, how do you feel as far as what you're worried about, how things might impact your benefits through the safety net program? So when we asked, when using government assistance, I am or was concerned that earning extra income would result in a loss of benefits that would make me or my family worse off. And so again, this was just kind of general, and I would put in the category of earning extra income in the similar context to marriage, because really that's increasing your household income if now you have 2 earners in the household. And so as you can see here, there's a pretty strong majority, well over 2/3, that say, yes, I'm worried that if my household income increases, we will actually be worse off as a family, which is pretty staggering. And then also when we asked, just in terms of general sentiments, which benefits are you most worried about? The 2 programs that were most commonly identified in Utah were Medicaid and SNAP. And then you can see some of the percentages for the others. Now we have to keep in mind that Medicaid and SNAP are bigger programs, they just have a lot more people in them, and so that could be represented here as well. But if we think in terms of policy interventions and solutions, if we want to impact the largest number of people, we kind of need to go where the programs are as far as the concentration of folks on those programs. So again, keep in mind, in general, Medicaid and SNAP are what I'm worried about. So we asked specifically a question of, have you ever done any of the following? And we gave people a list of options, most of which were work behaviors that we'll get into a little bit later today. But we asked about marriage specifically. And so we said, if you've done this because you believed it would not be worth the loss of benefits or because it would make you and or your family worse off, and it was 9% that said at some point they had decided to not get married because of this fear. Now again, that was over a period of between 2017 and 2024, so we kind of cast a wide net. But of Utah's safety net participants, as represented by the respondents to the survey, 1 in 10 said, yeah, at some point I decided not to get married. And we're looking at that blue bar, the overall category, that's just all of the respondents. And then also, when we were able to kind of graph this out, we asked folks, okay, when this happened to you, what year was it? Or when did you decide, well, I'm just not going to get married because I'm worried about how the benefits would decline, negatively affecting my family. And you can kind of see there from 2017 to 2024, there's not a huge variance. It's kind of in the teens to the 20s as far as percent of which years these decisions happened in. But it gives you like a rough sense of the trajectory of the trend line. But again, the highest number being the most recent in 2024, aside from prior to 2017. And then also, again, coming back to this question of which programs, and so again, before we asked a general sentiment, just generally speaking, what are you worried about? And now we were asking, when you took this specific action, in this case, when you said you decided to not get married out of fear of losing benefits, which program was on your mind when you made this decision? And again, SNAP and Medicaid showing up as the two most commonly cited programs that people were worried about. So a couple of takeaways from some of these. One, we can come back to that question of, okay, is this actually happening? And the answer is yes. Again, it's 9%, which may not sound like a lot, but if you think in terms of 1 out of every 10 people, and if you think just how many people are in this room, 1 out of 10, if that many people had decided at some point to forego marriage because of these concerns of how it would impact their household in terms of benefits, that still is a significant enough number that we need to think of some solutions to. We need to see what we can do, and some of the things Eric outlined could be part of that. And then again, that question of under which programs, again, Medicaid and SNAP kind of showing up the most for those. So I'll leave it there and just close with saying that I think we often, again, we talk in economic terms, but the importance of this data that we're talking about now, that we'll talk about with work disincentives later, is what does the actual decision making for these families look like? What are the factors that are influencing how they behave and how they make decisions? Because it's often not sort of a strict dollars and cents kinds of thing. Sometimes the psychology of being in a tough circumstance, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of unpredictability, and there's a lot of fear. And sometimes big life changes or life decisions, such as marriage or such as a new job or a change in income, if it is perceived to bring a degree of uncertainty or unpredictability, coupled with this perception that, well, the benefits I'm on are stable and are predictable, that's, I think, when we get some of this disincentive effect. And so the last thing I'll just say is that, again, going back to Carlotta's story, this is a woman who she valued marriage. She in her own life did not feel sort of a cultural disincentive to get married. As you heard her say, she valued it. She kind of has traditional views. And so when we talk about the rate of marriage in society, understanding that there are a lot of factors, but for some folks, the way they perceive marriage and changing their household income to impact their benefits can factor in, and then that limits their ability to progress in life and, of course, economically. And those are the kinds of things we need to keep in mind as we look for policy solutions. So I will leave it there and turn it back over to Brad.
Well, thanks, Eric and Nick, for getting us off to a strong start here today. I've got some questions for Eric and then for Nick. Eric, when you were kind of articulating for us kind of both sort of the model penalties and then in some ways the penalties that seem most consequential, did you have a sense in terms of kind of relating your findings to Nick's comments, which penalties were most prevalent for lower income families versus, you're showing kind of which ones could be quite large,
right,
but which ones are kind of being experienced across
It's
the
across
US?
all the programs. And it actually depends on the wage combination you choose. So there's not like one single answer that covers all wage combinations. So that's kind of a question that we would have to kind of say, well, for this wage combination it's here. And that's an analysis that we could do as well.
But just to follow up on that particular point, I guess what I'm trying to get at is when it comes to something like a housing penalty that could be quite large, but obviously not every lower income family is in receipt of some kind of benefit from the government in terms of housing. So do you have a sense of of the the penalties that you were articulating this morning, which ones are experienced the most versus less often?
I got you. Sure. You're asking what is the probability that someone has these benefits, basically. So the basically for the refundable tax credits, you can assume that pretty much everybody gets those. For SNAP, for the food assistance, pretty much everybody gets those. So those are definitely prevalent. Medicaid, I would say, is one of them. Those are the basic ones. Housing, I think you're looking at less than 13% of the population actually gets housing benefits, so that's less prevalent. So yeah, if you want to attack the problem, if that's the way you say it, we should probably first address the refundable tax credits. We should address SNAP. We should address Medicaid. I would say those are the top ones.
Okay.
And then maybe childcare I would throw in.
And do you have any sense, do you have any sense of, in terms of how much, low-income couples with kids are assigning the child or the kids to one parent for one program and to another parent for a different program? Do you have any sense of how kind of prevalent that practice would be in the real world?
Well, there's been studies with the refundable tax credits that does go on. And a number of people don't even realize that it's like a safety net program. They just see it as a tax credit, and if we do it this way, then that's the amount we would get. So that's been a known factor. Non-compliance is, there's GAO reports on that. So that's definitely something that's out there.
And then in terms of the child support point, do you have any sense of if we were to kind of assign child support to means-tested programs besides TANF, have you kind of modeled how that would kind of change the penalty that people are experiencing, or since the benefit of not getting married for, say a lower income couple with one or two kids? Do you have any sense of what that would do?
Yeah, I think that would be a big factor because what you're doing is you're enforcing personal responsibility. And we're talking about personal responsibility when it comes to children. So if you are a parent and you're the non-custodial parent, you have that responsibility. And so just kind of enforcing that, I think would do, if you have a child and you're not giving support and you're out there doing, something else with your life, there's actually a disincentive there, because, I'm just going to live my life. I'm not going to worry about paying, child support, so child support enforcement is fairly big. And I see no reason that you couldn't run that across all safety net programs.
And the final question for you is, in terms of, you mentioned this idea of scrubbing eligibility rules to minimize marriage penalties in different programs. What do you have in mind in terms of scrubbing rules? What kinds of things do you think would be helpful?
Yeah. I think we have to do the hard work of going through the regulations, which is, I guess, there's a Milton Friedman curse. For all my sins of the world, I'm forced to now go through all the regulations. That's really hard work. But I think we need to do that because there's a lot of unintentional consequences, and people don't necessarily look at it in those terms. But if we come with the eye of saying, or with the purpose of saying, we want to make sure that there are not unintended consequences within these, this enormous body of regulations and guidelines, that we need somebody to look at it with that intention, and then see if there's anything in there that shouldn't be in there. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but could you give us an example of what, if you were to kind of adjust the rules for a program like SNAP, for instance, what exactly would you tell us would be helpful in terms of making that program less likely to penalize marriage?
Right. So SNAP, for example, on paper it doesn't have a marriage penalty because in the case of SNAP, if you share meals together, right, you're supposed to be defined as a SNAP household. But we know that that's not always the case. There's not much of an enforcement of that. So it doesn't take long to figure out that, well, if you're living together, you don't count one of the parents. You take the parent that, earns too much and they don't actually disclose that they're sharing meals. Or, that's kind of the economic behavior. And so part of the issue is, if you look at the rules of SNAP, the rules define how you count a SNAP household. So you could change it, for example, to be the way the LIHEAP program is, where it doesn't matter if you're in that household, you're part of the LIHEAP household. And so you could apply that same kind of rule that you have in LIHEAP, for example, to SNAP.
Okay, thank you. So Nick, in terms of your research on Utah, about what share, of Utahns are receiving some kind of, means-tested, benefits programs, in terms of what's the universe of Utahns who are kind of basically being represented by this new survey that you all have conducted at Sutherland?
Sure. So the survey, I'll answer the second part first. The survey itself, as I mentioned, was just shy of 500 folks, and it was statewide, and so we want to make sure it was a statewide sample. For something like that, just the way Utah's geography is, there's a lot of concentration along the Wasatch Front, kind of the Salt Lake area, north and south, and then the rural areas are less populated. So the two big counties of Salt Lake County and Utah County certainly were overrepresented, but because that, or rather represented appropriately based on their geography. And so one, this was a statewide picture. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now as far as the exact number of folks on various programs, but I do think it's important to point out that, again, in our survey responses, I think it was 86% had identified Medicaid as a program they were using. And so when we think of kind of questions of scope and magnitude, Medicaid and SNAP are the bigger programs in Utah relative to some of the others. And those are also where kind of folks concentrate as far as they're concerned. One of the analyses in the data shows that, which this is very common sense, but the program somebody is on tends to be the one they're concerned about. And so folks who use Medicaid, obviously we're very likely to say, well, Medicaid is the one that I'm concerned about. But one of the things that I think is unique about Utah is, just generally speaking, we don't have the same rates of safety net utilization as some other states do. There could be various reasons for that. Obviously, the strong economy, where for a lot of folks there isn't as much of a need. There's also a very strong welfare presence from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that could help address some of these needs where folks maybe don't have to go to the government safety net. And so I think one of the broad takeaways ought to be that even in a place like Utah that is so strong when it comes to economic opportunity and upward mobility, and even strong in terms of a culture of marriage, the fact that you still had about 1 in 10 respondents saying that they had made this decision at some point should stand out to us.
Yeah, just kind of on that 1 in 10 point, I just want to follow up on that. My colleague, Dr. Wendy Wang, has looked kind of across the nation at lower income adults, and in her survey she found that of those who are not married in that lower income population, kind of below the 50th percentile basically, again, about 1 in 10 of them across the country reported if they had not gotten married for reasons related to means tested programs. So it seems like this 1 in 10 number that you're coming up with in Utah is also kind of echoed in this national survey, kind of just lends kind of additional, I think, credence to this being a major problem. Have you had a chance to sort of be in touch with any members of your delegation in either the Senate here in, got an incoming senator obviously, or in the House? Is there kind of, do you think, an appetite for the Utah congressional delegation to kind of tackle some of these, these marriage penalties based upon the work you all have done in Utah?
I think so. We've had some preliminary conversations with some folks, both at the state level and at the federal level. And so staffers in the governor's office and Governor Cox's administration in Utah, as well as the Utah Office of Families is very deeply engaged on this issue. And also we've started to talk to specific state legislators about this to say, are there some things we can do at the Utah level to sort of remove any disincentives that people might experience in the social safety net? And also having those conversations now with our congressional delegation. Actually, while I'm here, we'll be talking to some folks. But to help articulate that, the basic principle is that if someone takes a step to improve their life in some way, marriage, work, as we'll talk about later, that shouldn't ever be a penalty for their household well-being. And when some of the initial folks we've talked with, when they see this data and they see it modeled and they hear the survey results, it's quite shocking to a lot of people that this is even happening, that there are disincentives that families can experience at times that can affect their behavior.
Great. So we have some time now for questions from the audience, for Eric and for Nick, if anyone wants to raise a question.
Good morning, David Jimenez with the Niskanen Center. Eric, question for you about how you think of sort of the administrative capacities and challenges with incorporating child support more into kind of the structure of these safety net programs. I could see that working for something like TANF, given the small population, high level of state control, but what that could realistically look like, say in the case of CTC or EITC at IRS, Section 8 with HUD, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. The capacity to enforce it is already there. So when I worked at the Pennsylvania Department of Public Welfare, we had a bureau, and their whole responsibility was to enforce child support. But it was only applied to basically, TANF. And so the administrative structure is there for that. What you need to do is you need to go into the eligibility rules of the other programs to make that a component.
I know that it's a conservative organization and all. In the 1990s, the Republican-dominated Congress passed this DOMA, this Defense of Marriage Act, but it seems like the primary intent of DOMA was to discriminate against same-sex couples. Was there any attempt by DOMA to end true marriage penalties with taxes and welfare, or is it primarily about discriminating against same-sex couples? Thanks.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything in DOMA related to that particular issue. I do think that we have seen efforts, in the last, I guess, 2.5 decades to address marriage penalties by Congress facing really upper income Americans, but we haven't seen any real concerted efforts to address the penalties that we're talking about today in terms of taxes and transfers for lower income Americans. So that's obviously an oversight, particularly given the fact that marriage is relatively strong among more affluent Americans and relatively more fragile among lower income Americans. So obviously we're hoping with today's series of panels to kind of build some momentum to have Congress address marriage penalties for lower income Americans who are less likely to get married in the first place and also more likely to get divorced in the second place. And obviously one possibility here is that the kinds of penalties that were articulated by Eric and Nick are kind of especially having an impact on people's willingness or ability to get married in the first place. So.
First, thank you both for doing all the heavy lifting with this research. While it'd be great if the federal government does some things to fix these, do you see opportunities at the state level for states to step in one way or another and to reduce some of these penalties?
I guess I'll take that. So I say that the answer is yes, that there is some opportunity for the states. They could use waiver authority that they have. There's nothing that would prevent them, for example, to request a waiver to some of the programs. Even though the federal government does the majority of the funding of the programs, the states do the majority of the administration of the programs. So they do have an opportunity to look specifically at. We actually came up with a recommendation with the SNAP program, for example, where they could create like a standard deduction that only applies to married couples or maybe married couples with children, and they could seek a 2026 waiver to do it as a demonstration project.
If I can add to that as well, I think one of the most important things that should be low-hanging fruit for states is better information and awareness of the nature of these programs and how things change as you progress in your life. And the reason I say that, and Eric alluded to this earlier, but if Utah's Department of Workforce Services were here, they would say, hey, wait a minute, food stamps, SNAP, does not care if you're married. Are you a household? Do you live together? Do you eat together? Do you share a kitchen? That makes you a household for purposes of SNAP. So marriage actually, they would say, doesn't actually factor in terms of the rules. Now, Eric made some good observations about maybe in practice how there can be some nuance there. But I think one of those, because SNAP was such a program that was high on the minds of our respondents saying, I'm worried about this, part of it is folks who are on the safety net, I think often do not have a good understanding of what will happen to their household if they progress in marriage and work and these different things. Mm-hmm. And that volatility of their future obviously factors into decision-making from a psychological standpoint. And so I think any state that's out there thinking, well, we want to start to get a handle on this, probably the first thing you can do that is completely within the authority of a state, would actually be very easy to pass and maybe not even that expensive, would be to look at how we're equipping these folks with information about their trajectory, and even being able to model out with precision and accuracy for these families, if you take this step, here's what happens to your household financial situation. In some instances, that will be, oh, that's not as bad as I thought. I can do it. I can take this step forward. In other instances, it may uncover some real structural things that we need to fix. But that would be the easiest, fastest thing a state can do, because folks just don't have a good understanding at this point.
May I tag team you?
Please.
So with the SNAP program, for example, if you do talk to the administrators, they will tell you that, well, there's no marriage penalty with SNAP. But here's the problem. If you go into an household and you're married, you're counted as a SNAP household. If you're not married, you can get away with not being counted as a SNAP household, and that's where the penalty comes in.
Hello, Kevin Corns from AEI. So I get the sense from researchers and policymakers that tends to be more focus on work penalties and on marriage penalties and tax and transfer programs. I wanted to see if you agree that that is the current focus, and why is that the case, given the benefits of marriage for kids, for lifting families out of poverty, given the major disincentives that exist in the programs, why is there not more focus on marriage, at least to be on par with work?
Mm-hmm. I can take a stab at that. So just my theory on why that is, the marriage penalty analysis is much more difficult. So like you'll see a presentation where I give you the work, disincentives. That's a much easier analysis. The kind of data that you saw me throw up on the screens, that requires matrices, right? That's more complicated to do, and I think it's harder to solve. I think there's a greater interest in marriage penalties, but it's a harder topic to solve and harder to actually analyze and run the data.
I'll just add to that. I think part of it is a cultural perception of the issue, and I mean cultural within sort of the policymaker academic community. An example of this, in Utah, at Sutherland, we had advanced some efforts around the success sequence, and actually worked on some legislation to get a resolution passed that was successful to sort of help frame the state's official policy approach to be oriented positively toward the success sequence, recognizing this is a really good thing for young people. Brad, of course, has done tremendous work on that. In the course of doing that, some of the pushback or some of the disagreement was, well, I'm with you on education, I'm with you on work, but marriage is a personal decision. It's a personal moral decision, so why is public policy getting involved? We shouldn't be prescriptive to kids, telling them how to live their lives. And the response to that is, we are prescriptive in so many other ways. We tell them to go to college, to get this kind of job, to do these various things. And so there are already so many ways that sort of policy or society is prescriptive. And I'm not saying that means we should kind of bring the hammer down on folks and say, this is the way you must live. But we should be honest about what the data shows about the benefits and drawbacks of various life choices. And marriage factors into that. And so I think it's honestly just a mindset shift for folks who are in this industry to be able to say, yes, maybe many of the reasons somebody might decide to get married are typically personal, moral, religious, those kinds of things. But there are very serious societal and economic externalities that can be very, very positive, and sort of shifting our frame in these conversations to say that, yes, all these things are personal decisions, but there are other impacts that we should be aware of. So honestly, I think that's one of the biggest barriers, is just making that shift. And Melissa Carney from the think tank down the street, with her book, The Two-Parent Privilege, has done some great work on that as well. So I think there's actually a lot of cross-partisan interest now emerging more in the institution of marriage as, yes, a personal decision, but it's an essential civic institution that creates stability and prosperity. Those are the terms we should be talking about it increasingly.
Hi, I'm Nina Chen from the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm really interested in your finding that Medicaid and SNAP were of great interest to, or people were really worried about losing those two programs. So I understand that Medicaid is based on the MAGI, right? The modified adjusted gross income, and that's tied to the filing status. And then you also raised that tax credits is something else that has a marriage penalty attached to it. So I seem to remember reading from a while back that in some European countries, they have a filing status in their tax system that allows for two people living together who aren't married. So I'm just wondering if that's like a sort of simple legislative fix that could solve both the Medicaid marriage penalty and the tax credit marriage penalties.
That's an insightful question. So I think the answer is yes, but let me just kind of expound on it for a little bit. So MAGI, that was actually passed with the Affordable Care Act. So that's the modified adjusted gross income. And that drives, obviously, like, for example, the earned income tax credit. So what it's really set up that it links to your tax forms of if you file as, a married couple versus, I mean, we only have 3 choices: married couple, head of household, which is a single parent, and then a single person. Those are the only 3 choices we have. And so we've linked, obviously, the refundable tax credit. So that takes the premium tax credit, the earned income, but then the Affordable Care Act actually then linked Medicaid and CHIP to that program as well. So we've linked, I mean, see all these interconnections, right? Once you start studying this, you see all the interconnections. So we've linked all this to the tax system. And so kind of what I want to do, like kind of things that I see as a solution is you have to either fix the tax system or unlink it.
Any more questions? Great, why don't we take a break? We'll come back in 15 minutes and turn our focus to the job side of this whole question. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. For the benefit of those who are watching us online and for anybody new in the room, I am Angela Rashidi. I'm a senior fellow here at American Enterprise Institute. For those of you that were here for our earlier panel on marriage penalties, welcome back. So when Brad and I kind of first talked about some of these issues, we realized very quickly that the issues of marriage penalties and work penalties were so much related that we wanted to bring the two issues together. Although we understood that they needed kind of their own attention, we thought it was important to kind of put these issues together and talk about them holistically. So after great presentations this morning and great discussion on marriage penalties, now we're going to shift focus and talk about work penalties. So how many of you in the room would agree with this statement? If you work more, you should be better off. I think that's everybody. So that is kind of obvious, right? That's kind of a value I'm sure everybody shares. Yet in so many situations and so many households, for low-income people who are receiving safety net benefits, that certainly is not always the case. And even if it's not so much that they're not at all financially better off, sometimes it's not meaningfully better off. So even if they're making a little bit more income by working more, it's not meaningful to their household, and oftentimes they describe those situations as just not worth it. In many ways, our safety net programs are designed to not make people better off, to in many ways hold them back, or at least frustrate them. Frustrate people who are motivated to work more, and they are frustrated that if they engage in that additional work effort, it actually can be financially, or they can be financially penalized for that. So to dig into this issue more, it's a pleasure to have Eric Randolph and Nick Dunn back with us. I'm going to reintroduce them just for the benefit of those who weren't with us earlier this morning. So Eric Randolph is the Director of Research at the Georgia Center for Opportunity. I have to say, Eric, if you're not familiar with his work, go to their website and look at it. He's done an amazing amount of work. I've learned a great deal from him, and just the work that Georgia Center has done on this issue is tremendous and definitely worth your while. After Eric presents some of his work, we're going to again hear from Nick Dunn. Nick is the Vice President of Strategy at the Sutherland Institute, and again, another person who is kind of a leader on this issue of work penalties and has done some great work at Sutherland and in Utah, serving participants on this issue, and we're going to hear again from him. And following that, we'll have another panel discussion with both panelists that I will moderate, and we will have an opportunity for audience questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric, and then we will be back after the presentations for that discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Angela, for those kind words. I'm honored to be here, and I actually have a lot of things to go through, so I'm going to get started right away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just talk a little bit briefly about some theory and expected impact, and then I'm going to show you the problem of the cliffs and earnings loss rates. Then I'm going to briefly touch on the causes, and finally some potential solutions. So the first thing is just an economic principle. There are two opposing economic forces, and it's a little bit confusing the way economists call them because they actually sound like they mean something different. There's the substitution effect, and there's the income leisure effect. And in essence, you're encouraged to earn more money naturally because you have more money to spend, right? I mean, that's the one. But on the other hand, as you earn more money at some point, you want to spend more leisure, right? And these are opposing things. And we know that this has an impact on safety net programs because of the income maintenance experiments they did in the 1960s and 70s. The next one is that taxes and government benefits, I just want to make a point. There's I think the greater issue is actually earnings loss rates, and you'll see that in a minute. And a benefit cliff is really defined by you lose more money than what you gain from earning, right? So if you earn $1,000, you might lose in taxes and benefits maybe $1,500. So you're actually worse off. That is a prohibitive case of an earnings loss. And then the other point is that benefit cliffs. Wait, I think I just said that point. Okay, anyway. All right, next slide. So the likely impact, where are we going to see this impact? And the impact you're going to actually see in the labor market. And it's going to show up in a couple places. One is going to show up in part-time work. You're going to have more people that are working part-time than full-time. The other thing that's going to do is it's going to show up with people turning down promotions, turning down opportunities, which obviously impacts upward mobility. And finally, well, let's see. Let me see. Next slide here. Right. So this is what you look like. We go from 1955 up to date. This is the data that shows the number of part-time workers. Notice that there is a major increase during the time period that we established these safety net programs. That is when part-time work really increased. It's not a causation, folks. This is a correlation, but that's what happened. There's a break right there because they changed their methodology. That's what that line is, that vertical line there is. Here it shows you that 35% of those that are part-time, who work part-time, are major breadwinners for their family. Finally, let's look at the cliffs and earnings losses. So this is just a simple example here. So what we have is we have two wages. So we have earnings before and after. So let's say that you earn $31,125. You're a single mom with 2 kids. Then you get offered a job where you can make $34,000. Naturally, you would think, geez, you should take that job opportunity because you would be $2,875 ahead. But in fact, that's not what happens because you're going to lose more to taxes and benefits than what you gained in your earnings. This is an example. So if you look at it, you actually lose $10,000. So instead of being ahead by almost $3,000, you're behind by $2,000. That's an example of a benefit cliff. And then the next chart you're going to see, if you see it for the first time, it might look a little complicated, but let me just give you a little background first. So we kind of categorize the safety net programs. So we have a basic package that are the refundable tax credits, the cash assistance, the food assistance, which includes the food stamps, and then finally medical assistance. We call this the basic package. And then we add an enhanced package that will include childcare, and finally we call it a complete package if you have housing. We separate childcare and housing out of that basic package for a couple of reasons. First of all, they're major programs that are rationed. Not everybody can get them. And the second point is that they actually have interactions with some of the other programs that change the results. So the amount of food stamps that you get will actually change relative to whether or not you get these programs. So let's take, here's the big chart, right? This is the traditional chart for cliffs. So how you read it is on the horizontal axis from left to right, that's the earnings. That's your independent variable. And then what we do is we basically stack. This is, by the way, it's not an area graph. This is actually a column graph. These are bars, that are going up. It's just that we did 201 calculations to create this graph, so it looks like an area graph because it's kind of stick together. But what we did is we kind of take those categories that we talked about, the food system, the refundable tax rate, and we kind of like layered on top. So you want to look at the very top, and you can see whenever the benefits drop, that's actually when you have a benefit cliff. So this is the case. This was in a report we did for North Carolina, and this is for 2023 data. This is also the same example, single mom, 2 kids. You see that there are actually 13 benefit cliffs that you can see, and they happen with various programs, LIHEAP, Medicaid, SNAP, school meals, and child care. And there's also a hidden one in there as well that I will explain in another slide. So there's actually 14 benefit cliffs. So I come here, here's the hidden one. The hidden one has to do with medical assistance. So what happens is that the actual modeling that you see does not account for the out-of-pocket expenses that you might incur with medical, medical expenses, basically. So, for example, there is premium shares, deductibles, co-insurance, all the things I'm sure you hate, right? That, the kind of cost you get if you need a medical service. And so if you are exiting, for example, the Medicaid program, or you're exiting the CHIP program, you will experience these because you're going to have to pick up higher out-of-pocket costs. So the first place you have to go is an employer-sponsored insurance. In fact, they will not let you go to the exchange if you actually are offered that. And that by itself, the cost can be very high. So this is KFF data from 2023. So for a single person, you would have to pay $117 on average per month as a premium share. And that doesn't even count the co-insurance or the other kind of expenses you might have. You have to pay $107 for one individual. If it's a family plan, you have to pay $548. This could be pretty hefty of a financial challenge for someone who just came off of Medicaid. And then we come over here, even if you're on the Affordable Care Act exchanges, these are the limits. This is what came out by the CMS. These are the you could have if you're between 100% and 200% of the poverty level, you still have an individual out-of-pocket cost of $3,150 currently. Or you could have a limit of $6,300. They may seem like to some people these are low amounts, but if you're only barely above the poverty level, that could be quite a lot of money for you. So here's another slide that kind of shows you, as we increase the number of benefits, you also increase the number of cliffs. So I'm talking about how many cliffs. If you recall on that slide, there were 13 benefit cliffs going across and then one hidden one. But if we increase the size of the package, you actually have more benefit cliffs. And if we make one child in the household to have a disability, you even have more. And so the blue dots there, you're going from basic, enhanced to complete, so it increases the number of benefit cliffs. We make one child disabled, and you see the red dots there. It actually increases the number of benefit cliffs substantially. So the next slide actually shows you, if we go at the peak, so if you notice that the initial slide, there was kind of a peak benefit, and then you start having this cascades of benefit cliffs going down. If we kind of pick where that peak was, which is usually around the point you lose your SNAP. That's usually where it happens. Sometimes it's a little bit after, a little bit before. In the case of North Carolina, it was actually when you lost LIHEAP, but it's really close to where you lose your SNAP. And so in this particular case, if you're at that basic package that does not include childcare and housing, and there's nobody with a disability, you actually have to have a pay raise of 67% to overcome your loss in benefits. And so that would be going from $32,000 up to $53,000. That is not what you normally see in the in the labor force. If you have an enhanced package with childcare, you basically have to double your income. And if you have housing, you have to need an increase of 140%. This is the more mild cases. Throw in a child with disability, and you can see how it just increases substantially as the requirements of the pay raises that are required. So this is the actual formula for the earnings loss rate, but I'm going to go through that so that you don't get bored with that. So what I want to kind of do, I have a slide that kind of explains the earnings loss rate. So what I'm going to do is we created a scale of low severity, moderate, high, extreme, and prohibitive earnings loss rates, and I just kind of want to show you. So the assumption is if you earn $1,000, how much of that do you lose to taxes and lost benefits? So if it's a low severity on the very bottom, an example is 15%, so you get to keep $850, but then you lose $150. So that's a low severity. Chances are you will try to earn that $1,000. But as you move up, it gets more severe. So the extreme severity might be if you lose 90%, would you be willing to earn $1,000 if you only get to keep 100 of it? right? You have to do all that effort and work to earn $1,000 and you lose 90%. Is that worth it for you? It depends on your tolerance for earnings loss. And then prohibitive is the case of the benefit cliffs where you actually lose more. So this is kind of a scale, and we need to know this for the next slide. So here we've actually plotted the earnings loss rates, and they're color-coded, so you can see the colors. Like the bottom one in the green, that's low severity. What I want you to focus on is actually the upper part. Like the dark red, and you may not be able to see on the slide the dark red from the light red. The dark red is above 100%. Those are your 13 benefit cliffs up there. The red underneath between 75 and 100, those are your extreme rates. There's 48 intervals. We go from 0 to $500, 500 to dollars to 1,000, so basically 24 cents per hour, full-time equivalent. There's actually 48 intervals in this going from 0 to 100. There are 200 intervals. So basically 25% of the intervals are extreme. So this is a great disincentive for someone who wants to actually earn more living. So in my opinion, that's the greater, benefit cliffs are bad, no doubt, right? But I think the greater concern is actually all these extremely high earnings loss rates that you will see. The next one, same sort of thing if we add someone with a disability, but it's worse. So if I just toggle back, you see it shift up? Look at the red. Okay, it's worse. So let's move on. I'm going to skip this slide. Causes. So let's come here. So the factors of the causes is first is a disjointed system with uncoordinated programs. There's also, this is one that's probably not thought about. It's actually how large of a magnitude are the initial benefits you receive, because the larger they are, the more difficult it will be to even solve the issue that we're looking at. The other is poorly designed tapering, or in many cases, no tapering at all of the benefits, a misalignment of the factors, and then the stacking effect, which something happened to the font because it's smaller than it should be. Okay, so this is actually showing you the magnitude of benefits. So what you have in here is this is not North Carolina data anymore. This is a weighted national average. So you can view this as the average benefits that someone could receive if they receive these programs. And as you can see, that around between 10,000 and 15,000, you could get more than $75,000 in benefits, in safety net benefits. Most people are astounded to know that it's that much. There's a series of slides I'm going to kind of fly through. I said it was a weighted average. Well, there's a lot of variance, a tremendous amount of variance, and I'm just going to show you. So that means that some states it's going to be much more. So it's going to be much more than 75,000 that you could get. So just taking a look, for example, at Medicaid. This is Medicaid enrollee cost. How much does it cost per person? So for a child, the minimum among the states was $2,470, but the maximum at the top, that outlier, was $6,900 for one child to be on Medicaid. For an adult, if you take a look at the expansion population, it's even a greater variance. I don't know if you know these are box and whisker charts. So in the box, you take 50% of the samples, and that's where you fit them. And then the whiskers show the other 50%. But then we do a statistical calculation for the outliers and throw them outside the whiskers because they're just so much greater than everybody else. Same sort of thing here with the premium tax credit. So this is from the Affordable Care Act. If you're on the health exchange, that's based on the second lowest cost silver plan. And if you actually take a look on that for age 27, the variance goes from $2,657 up to $9,000 for a person who's 27 years old to purchase a coverage over the exchanges. And then if we take a look at child care costs, this is astounding. This is one of those, when you get these data points, you go back to check to make sure it's correct. So it goes from, for an infant, from $6,600 up to $35,000. That's the state of Washington, in case you're wondering. This is actually the payment rate that they approved. That's where it comes from. And then we come down here and we look, let's say, how about Section 8 housing? I mean, now we have a factor of 6 between the low and the high. You can go from a low of $6,565 for a bedroom size 1 up to Massachusetts, $39,600. I mean, that's crazy. But anyway, this is what we're dealing with. This is the kind of stuff we're dealing with. This is just one point here that during the pandemic, we increased the Thrifty Food Plan by 50%. So basically, over 3 years, we increased it by 50%. Food inflation increased by 20%. So we're kind of heading the wrong direction. And then finally, if you take a look at what's going on is that if you look at inflation, some of the major programs, what we're funding, they're having higher inflation than the general inflation rate. So if you take a look at this daycare, for example, it's 80%, 88% higher inflation rate than the general inflation rate. You take a look at Medicare, it's 48% higher. You look at primary residence rent, it's actually 56% over a 30-year period of time. And then the other thing is, and this is that someone could do this like for a PhD or a master's thesis. What we're looking at is if we take a look, for example, what happened before we enacted a major program till after, the amount of the divergence in the inflation between, if we take a look at the all items versus the area of, like, for example, Medicare, that we actually have that inflation kicks up higher once we kick in these programs. And so I don't know if there's a causation, but that's where I said this would be a good master's thesis. So like, for example, Medicare cost, 26% divergence before they passed Medicaid, 123% divergence after we pass Medicaid. And you can see that the same thing is true with rent and daycare. Just the numbers are different, but it's the same pattern. All right, so here's one of the problems. Like, this is just looking at the SNAP program. None of the factors are aligned. So yeah, you reduce it by 30%, the benefit, under the assumption you take 30% of someone's net income and they're supposed to pay for their food. But that doesn't happen because we have all these income disregards and we push out the tapering point pretty far. And then once we do taper, it's not the 30% because it varies between 24% and 45% because some of the deductions actually mathematically alter it, so that changes. And then you're going to run into either the gross income limit or the net income limit, and you're going to have a cliff. And even for those states that adopted broad-based categorical eligibility, which is like most of them now, that actually pushes out the gross income limit. But you're going to, guess what? It doesn't matter. You're going to get a cliff from the net income limit. You're going to push out over that. So here we take a look at it. So for SNAP, we're starting too high. There was a 50% increase. That's set by the Department of Agriculture. The tapering point keeps shifting to the right. The benefit reduction rate fluctuates. And finally, when you exit, there's a cliff, right? And just want to point out, the starting point is set by the Department of Agriculture. The actual income limits is set by HHS. No coordination between the two. So let's go over here for which programs have good tapering. So there's an asterisk on some of them because they vary by state. But in general, TANF, Earned Income Tax Credit, Additional Child Tax Credit, Premium Tax Credit, Section 8 all have good tapering. You have truncated or improper tapering with other programs. And finally, you have, like with Medicaid, WIC, LIHEAP, subsidized school meals, pretty much no tapering, or in the case of school meals, it steps down. So it's not really tapering at all. So this is another slide that kind of shows the last factor, which is the stacking effect. And what happens is, even if you have the programs where they all taper properly, and you have like at a reasonable amount, if you have too many programs, you still have a problem. So this is what this slide shows here, so that, you know, like you have like 5 different benefits, and you see that you have a descending range of disincentives, and this is what we see when we actually map it out. You actually have the stacking effect. So even if each program individually by themselves in isolation are perfect, once you stack them on top of each other, you still have a problem. So solutions, really quick here. I'm just going to go over the slide. I feel like I'm low on time. Yeah. So we need the right administrative structure. You do need work requirements. Remember that income-leisure effect. We have to be fiscally responsible. You have to control the magnitude of initial benefits. You must taper benefits, align the critical factors, and then finally address the stacking effect. So that's what needs to be done, and I think I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks again, Eric and Angela and everyone here at AEI. Kind of like the first presentation, we now want to think about everything we just heard and what we saw modeled in terms of benefit cliffs and in the data. Is it actually impacting behavior? And I want to talk for a minute about something that that Angela said. Eric, you okay if I just skip over your remaining slides? No, that's okay. There's good stuff in there. But one of the things that that Angela mentioned at the beginning was this question of if you work harder, should you be better off? And I want us to keep that in our minds because we talk so often about this issue in terms of economics and dollars and cents and sort of modeling out different ways that these changes might impact a household. But it's really important that we keep in mind that this is largely driven by decision-making of families who are in really tough circumstances, who have a lot of instability in their lives, and families who are trying to create a better life for their kids. And I want to share some of what we found in Utah, even in a place like Utah, that by so many metrics should be considered sort of the opportunity capital of the nation. I saw Gonzalo in here a minute ago. The Archbridge Institute rated Utah as having the best upward mobility of any state in the nation. There have been other studies showing similar results. If you look at our economic growth, it is top-notch. Our unemployment rates are consistently low. By various metrics, Utah is a great place to be in terms of economic opportunity and upward mobility. And even the way we administer these programs, the fact that our Department of Workforce Services is consolidated between welfare programs and workforce programs as kind of a one-stop shop for families looking for help and to progress makes a big difference. And so kind of the theme that I'll borrow from AEI scholar Ian Rowe that he shared when he spoke in Utah a couple years is this idea of going from good to great. So there's a lot of good things happening in Utah with the administration of these programs, with opportunity more broadly speaking, but we want to go to that next level of greatness. And so I want to share some of what we found. This is again from our new Sutherland Institute report, Strengthening the American Dream. There's some hard copies on your table as well, that really tried to understand the human element of this. And I want to start off with a story. This is a woman named Marcela Patino. She's pictured here as part of, we have a weekly show at Sutherland called Defending Ideas. She came onto the show to share her story of being someone who uses these safety net programs. Marcela is a single mom. She's got 3 kids. She lives in Utah, and she works as a nail tech, and she loves it. It's a lot of fun for her. She's been progressing a lot, getting more certifications, and wants to be entrepreneurial and I think open her own business someday, but just has this attitude of work. She wants to work harder, earn more, and provide a better life for her kids. She shared that at some point in the past, in the recent past, she had decided to stop taking on additional clients and stop working additional hours, even though she had the opportunity to, because she was worried that she was going to lose food stamps. And we'll see in a second, she feels that she needed that to create the stability for her kids. So she faced that disincentive. And I want to play, we'll see if this can play. There's a short video clip that we embedded in the PowerPoint that is just Marcela kind of articulating her experience. Oh, there we go. If we can play it, thank you.
It kind of like destroys my spirit of work, because what if I make a little bit less than what those benefits are giving me? Or what if I only make enough for this month, but next month I don't make enough, but then I don't get those benefits? So that's kind of scary for me to be like, yes, I want to change my income, but then I have to remember I have kids to take care of.
So that last part, I want to change my income, but I have to remember I have kids to take care of. The fact that those two things are viewed as opposed to one another is a huge red flag, and that's something that we need to fix. That there's this perception that if I earn more, if I work harder, my kids are worse off or at least not better off. That's wrong, and that's something that we can work together to fix. Some additional stories, again, another quote from Marcella. She said, hey, I had a lot of opportunities. I could have done nails at another school. They would give me more money, or taking on another client or more hours, or working another day. But I didn't take that because I didn't want to lose my benefits. If I did that, then they would take away my food stamps. Another individual, this is Carlotta Marie Jackson, a resident of Georgia, who we got some input through some informal focus groups, thanks to our friends at Georgia Center for Opportunity to helping arrange those. Carlotta says of this phenomenon, it makes you feel hopeless because there's no chance of being able to earn a living wage. And I highlighted the word hopeless because, again, we can model it out all we want, do all the analysis, but if we forget that there's a human element and just that feeling of what I do doesn't matter, I feel hopeless, that's really vital for how this is affecting normal families. So what we did with the survey data, notice there's kind of a gap in the evidence for benefit cliffs. We have anecdotal data for years, just individual stories of people facing this, thanks to groups like Georgia Center for Opportunity, Atlanta Fed, and other entities that have created calculator tools that can graph out what this actually looks like. And so that modeling data is really valuable. But what we needed was experiential data. How is this actually affecting decision-making for real people who are experiencing this? So that was the first research question. Is this actually happening? Meaning, are people changing their economic behavior in response to what they perceive to be this disincentive of benefit cliffs? Number two, we also want to understand under which programs. As we talked about earlier, are there specific programs that people are concerned about losing that prompts this behavior? And lastly, what's their awareness of alternatives? Do they have a sense of if they lose a particular program, what else might be available out there? So what I hope this is going to do is create some value for each of you as you think about this issue and hopefully work on this issue together, is the unique value out of this kind of survey data. One, this is statewide statistically significant survey data for Utah. And so it's, again, keying into the actual decision-making of families on safety net programs. Number two, we have a better sense of the specific economic behaviors that folks are engaging in response to this, and also a better understanding of maybe impact of potential policy solutions, and again, the specific programs identified. We surveyed just shy of 500 people in Utah. They're all adults who were current or recent participants in the social safety net to get a sense of what their experiences were. So I shared this in the last presentation, so I'll just mention it quickly. General sentiment, large majorities of folks saying, I'm worried that if I earn more income, I will be made worse off, or my family will be made worse off. So about 77% said, yes, I'm concerned about that. We asked the question another way, asking if folks felt stuck in a low-income job because if they progressed, they would be penalized. And that was above 60%, saying, yeah, I do feel stuck. I do feel worried that I can't progress because of this, and so I'm kind of stuck. So again, think of those as general sentiment questions, what's generally on their mind, and also which programs are they generally worried about. Again, it's Medicaid and SNAP by far are the programs most commonly identified as the ones folks are worried about losing if they progress economically. This is maybe the most important chart in this whole thing, so focus on this for a second. We gave people a range of economic activities they might have engaged in, what we call intentional earnings reductions, and asked, have you ever done any of these things because you were worried that to do otherwise would have made your family worse off financially? 43% of our respondents said, yes, I've done one of those at some point. 43%. That was the overall number. And then if you break down the individual economic behaviors, as you can see there, the most common one at 29% was folks who just said they just decided to stop pursuing or looking for work opportunities or promotions or raises. We might call it the plateau effect. They kind of just said, I'm going to stop trying because what's the point? As Angela mentioned at the beginning, that question of is it actually worth it? And then we mentioned the marriage rate earlier, that 9% said they decided to not get married. But some additional ones in here that stand out are folks who decided to turn down a job, folks who decided to work less hours than were available to them, or even down at the other end who had turned down promotions or raises or things like that. But again, the thing that I think stands out here that's surprising is that the most common behavior was just sort of a diminished feeling like they even could progress, so why try? They just stopped pursuing, which feeds back to the psychological impact we're talking about earlier. This chart's a little bit complicated, but we wanted to line up specific intentional earnings reduction. So again, the action they're taking to intentionally constrain their earned income for fear of triggering a cliff effect, and line that up with specific programs. So for example, of those who said they turned down a new job, which program were they most worried about? And I won't go through all the numbers, you can kind of see the spread there, but again, Medicaid and SNAP were the most common programs identified as being of concern for these folks, regardless of which economic action they took. But you do see some of the variations that different actions, they had a different program on their mind when they took that particular action. And I'll just call out the one, did not pursue a new job, raise, or promotion, the second from the bottom, about half cited SNAP and almost 2/3 cited Medicaid. So again, that's our most common behavior, and still large numbers identifying those two big programs. We also asked about what we might call safety net recidivism, to borrow a term from the criminal justice world. How often do people leave programs because of earning too much and then lose the job or quit the job and end up back on programs? And it was about a quarter, 26%, that said, yes, that has happened to me. I have gone off of the safety net because of work, but then ended up back on the safety net later. So it is a minority, but a significant one at about a quarter. We also asked folks, of that 26% that had recidivated, how often has that happened to you? How many times have you had that experience? And when you add up the 2 or more category, it becomes a pretty significant number. About a majority of folks that have, of those who have recidivated, again, there's a little bit of a revolving door at times, and that might speak to some of the instability that these folks are facing. And then the last research question, awareness of alternatives. As you can see there, there's a pretty wide split. In general, when people are just asked in general terms, are you aware of other things that might be available to you if you don't have your government assistance programs anymore? Again, very, very few said yes, that they were aware of that. So for a lot of folks, think of it in terms of, this is what I know. This is the safety net. It's not like there are other options that I can get access to. We also asked specifically about subsidized health insurance through the federal exchange, because one of the, I guess, rebuttals to the benefit cliff idea is very reasonable for someone to say, well, if you lose Medicaid coverage, because you would be eligible for something on the federal exchange, and Eric talked a little bit about that, then is there really a cliff? Because you just have to go and essentially change providers for your health insurance. Again, this shows that most folks are not aware of that being an option to them, so there is an awareness gap. And of those who are, there's a serious split of whether or not they view that as a good next step, if it's efficient, if it's affordable, if it's something that they feel like can actually be a suitable replacement for Medicaid. And so lack of awareness and mixed attitudes, there's not a majority that think that's a good next step, cause some issues with that transition as well. So to begin to wrap up, some key takeaways, again, going back to our key research questions, is it actually happening? Meaning, are people changing their behavior? The answer is yes. 43%, almost half of respondents in Utah on the social safety net have said at some point, I've changed my behavior to limit my income. Which programs? Again, Medicaid and SNAP, and then they generally have a poor awareness of alternatives. So lastly, I kind of want to share this idea of how we talk about this issue moving forward, that it's really, really important for any of us in this room, and this is done, we go out and say, well, I want to help fix this. If we're talking to the public, to policymakers, whoever our audience is, we have to make sure we get the message right. This is not an indictment of the administrators or caseworkers who run these programs, because they're doing a good job and they're working hard. This is not an indictment of the people on these programs, because they're making rational decisions about what makes my family better off, what creates stability for my family. There's just some structural disincentives that they experience. And also, how we tell the story. So for example, we need to lead first with the message of families in America, in Utah, they want to work and escape poverty. By and large, they want to work and earn their way up and out of poverty. We shouldn't always feel the need to lead with the policy complexity. Start with the people. These families want to work. They want to get out of poverty. They don't want to be on these programs. Number two, we should articulate that these cliffs or these disincentives or these perceptions are sort of standing in the way of these families taking part in the American dream. And then number three, our job as folks in the policy space is to champion reforms that can just clear their path. So if we can get the messaging right and remind folks that this is about strengthening the American dream for families who desire it, who want to work in that direction, and we can make some reforms so they're better able to do that. I'll end it there and turn it back to Angela.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I am going to do a little plug for Georgia Center for Opportunity's website because Eric, I mean, he just really kind of the tip of the iceberg on all the information and data analysis he has done. So I think it's available. All of it's on your website. I've used it many times. And same for Nick. You know, their report is excellent. So I encourage everybody to go take a look at it. I think I want to start with just kind of a broad question. And you know, from my perspective, working on this issue for a number of years, is that there is a disconnect between people who understand really the mechanics of the issue and understand these programs. So people like all of us, you know, scholarly data analytic people, and participants kind of in one group who understand these issues, a disconnect between program administrators and policymakers. And so I guess my broad question is, do you agree with that assessment, that there is this disconnect? And then why do you think why do you think there is a disconnect if you do? And kind of bring into that, what do you think are the biggest misperceptions among those policy makers and program administrators? So I'm going to ask you both that question. Maybe Eric, I'll start with you.
So when it comes to administrators, they don't always focus on what happens after they exit a program. So basically what we charge them to do is, are you eligible? Oh yes, you're eligible. This is how much you get. So there's not a whole lot of emphasis on when they transition off, and we just haven't focused on it. And I think in their defense, they really don't have much of the data on that. So the kind of things that they're looking at in their systems is just what happens when you're in the program and they know that you exit. They have created some transition programs, for example, so there is some awareness on the part of the administrators. But I think we've had conversations with some administrators that just didn't know, but they just hadn't focused on it, so they didn't really think about it.
Yeah, I agree that there is a serious disconnect at times. And again, I think it's worth reemphasizing that in general, and especially in Utah, Utah's kind of a unique place on these issues because the Department of Workforce Services has an integrated sort of one-door model that we talk a lot about in these settings, where the welfare programs and the workforce programs are co-located in one state agency. It's a statewide focus area. And there are a lot of other administrative things that allow things in Utah to be much more efficient and effective. And so again, it's kind of that, like, we're doing things pretty darn well in Utah, but even so, these are very complicated federal programs. So if you imagine all the federal programs from different agencies and different funding streams coming into one agency in Utah, and again, we've developed a model in Utah that I would say is much, much better as far as how to administer these things. But it still can create a disconnect where, a good example, if you ask someone in Utah or maybe in other states about, you know, how does SNAP tapering work relative to Medicaid, relative to child care and TANF and all these other things, you often might get an answer of, well, it depends and it's complicated. These programs are really complex and so it's hard to answer that. Again, fine and fair, because yes, they are complex because it's sort of this disjointed federal apparatus that's been handed to states to execute. But if we who do this professionally and our friends at the agency level who administer these things, if it's hard for us to articulate clearly the true nature of the system and how it works and how to navigate it, how do we expect a family or a single mom working multiple jobs with a few kids for her to navigate that and understand it in a way that sometimes we have trouble articulating? So I think the biggest disconnect is just the recognition of the way things look in terms of structure, in terms of rules, kind of when you're in the policy world, and the way they are experienced by the individual families can be very different. And things like surveys, focus groups, individual stories, the modeling, we need more of that to close that gap.
Great. And so just to follow up on that, because I've heard this many times from policymakers, you both talked about kind of the main programs that create issues, Medicaid, SNAP, and for some reasons, just because of fewer people receive housing assistance and child care assistance and all of that. But so you hear policymakers say, well, it's just an education issue because we've already solved this problem by tapering SNAP. We've solved this problem in Medicaid because there's CHIP and there's the exchanges available. So it's not really a policy problem. It's we just need to better inform participants. So how do you respond to that kind of an argument?
I mean, how we do our modeling is we take the actual eligibility rules and we put them in computer programming. So the charts that you looked at are what the eligibility rules say, right? They're the exact rules of what they say. And when you actually model it, you see that that's not the case. And so, in the case of SNAP, theoretically at one time, I think you did taper down maybe close to zero, but not anymore because all the factors have gone out of alignment. I mean, think about taking your car to the shop and having to realign it, and that's what we have to do, for example, with SNAP, because it's interrupted always by either the net income limit, most of the time now, or the gross income limit, and then you do actually have the cliff. So if someone's not aware of that, maybe 20 years ago they were working on it and there wasn't much of a problem, and today there is. And the medical assistance is a little bit more complex because when you transition off, you're going into the private sector. And when you go into the private sector, the first thing is the employer sponsored. By the way, you can't go on the exchange if you get offered employer insurance. Now, but unless the bureaucrats deem it's unaffordable and inadequate, and then you can go on the exchange, but you have to go through that process. So it's more complicated because you don't really have the data out there. If you throw someone out to the private sector, what are their out-of-pocket costs going to be? And if you have a mom, let's say, with a child with a disability, and they have like high expenses, I mean, then that's a really different situation. She's not going to risk going out to private insurance without understanding what those out-of-pocket costs will be.
Angela, I think I would say in response to that, that if it were 100% true that this is purely a misperception of these program participants and there are truly no structural cliffs, I would say, great, let's verify that that's actually the case and be sure of that, and then let's engage in reforms that do provide better education and coaching and navigating and financial planning for these families. Because if there's no structural problem, and especially if it's not something that needs to be solved at the federal level, then that's way easier for states to solve because it is an issue of navigation and planning. And again, I think those arguments are very fair and valid and should be listened to and engaged with thoughtfully, especially when they're coming from folks who administer these programs, who have a lot of expertise and experience, that they're well worthy of thoughtful consideration. I'm still skeptical that that's the case, because to suggest that 43% of respondents in our data who have actually taken an action, to suggest that every single one of them just doesn't really understand the programs they're on and how they fluctuate with changes in income. Again, it's a pretty large number to be just a misperception problem in my view. But again, we could verify that. Something that states could do is explore additional administrative data that they could bring to where it's, we've got modeling data, we've got survey data. What's the actual administrative data that shows when households exit or before they exit, what their income is, what their benefit level is? And so there's some additional things we could bring to bear to help answer that question. But I also think, to pull back a little bit, we need to recenter what the problem is. Because if we approach this saying, well, there's a problem written into the rules of these safety net programs and we need to fix it, you're going to have some disagreement and some debate and some different perspectives, and that's all fair and can be evaluated. But if we can recenter the problem to the families who are on these programs often, sometimes very often, feel discouraged and feel disincentivized. They do not feel empowered to progress economically and improve their standing and make lives better for their kids. That's the problem we're trying to solve. And so then, kind of wherever you arrive at that, whether you think it's totally structural or it's totally perception, or if it's a combination of both, which I tend to think there's probably some elements of both in there, either way, it helps you arrive at the same problem that needs to be fixed, and that's where we can develop some consensus solutions.
Yeah, great. I do want to turn to the audience. I have other questions, but the audience might have better questions than me. So if anybody has any questions, like I said, I have more.
I love the stacking effect that you raised. I think that's just so nice that you show it in that visual. And I'm wondering if I could kind of get you to help us think through the solution to that stacking problem. So I'll just say that we've done some microsimulation modeling in our office, and right, SNAP phases out at 36%, EITC is phasing out at the same time, so that already right there gets you an effective marginal tax rate of 50% or so. And so we tried like having SNAP phase out, and then in this microsimulated world, we then had EITC phase out after SNAP has already phased out, where we're trying to solve the SNAP stacking problem. It didn't work that well, so I'd love to hear what your thoughts are about the stacking problem.
Now, I'm very glad to hear that you're working on that. In fact, I actually knew that you guys were doing those microsimulations. And I think that's what we have to do. If I just step back for a minute, I'm a big believer you have to model it, right? We've had states, for example, try to solve the problem, and they come up with what you think is a solution, and they implement it, or they try to implement it, and it's actually not a solution. You're either kicking the can down the road, or you're actually making it worse. Because I have data that shows that if you do a SNAP bridge program, you're actually making it worse. And the reason you're making it worse is the stacking effect. So the stacking effect is a real conundrum in a way, because if we're going to give all these different benefits, and we're going to be giving fairly high magnitude of initial benefits, you're going to have a problem. And if you do that, if you try to bridge it out, we're already running a deficit, at the federal level. I used to be appropriation chair. Not chair, but I worked for the appropriation chair at a state level where we had to balance the budget. So I take a look at what they do in the federal level. But you're going to have higher, deficits if you just think that you could bridge all it out and just kind of extend it. But then it's not going to work because we have a progressive tax system. So if you actually graph your taxes and you go out with higher earnings, that line slopes down and down and down, right? It starts to descend, and that's just a function of a progressive tax system. So then that means that all these lines you're trying to bridge out have to reach higher and higher into the income limits until it's actually ridiculous, right? It's like you're having people with extremely high income getting some of these benefits, and it just simply doesn't work. So I think we're going to have to make some hard decisions. We're going to have to come in and say, you're going to have to control the initial benefits. We have to come up with creative ways that you have the benefits that are adequate, that help the people in need, but you don't want to do it too high, because if you start doing these high benefits, you're never going to solve the issues. You have to control it. You also have to control the number of programs that you're going to stack, because in the one little diagram I showed, by the time we stacked that fifth one, you were in trouble, right? So we were okay with 4, but we stacked the fifth one, and now we tipped over. So and then what you're saying is you're trying to come in from like we call them earnings loss rates, but economists call them effective marginal tax rates. So that's what you're kind of researching. We decided not to use the term effective marginal tax rates, because as soon as you say it, people's eyes glaze over, and then you spend the next 30 minutes explaining what it is.
What did you say you called it?
Yeah, earnings loss. Earnings loss, because that's basically what's happening. How much of your earnings are you losing? And so yeah, and trying to figure out a way, I think that's actually what's going to be part of the solution, is if we can actually figure out a way to either stagger or to control across programs the earnings loss rates, or let me say it this way, the benefit reduction rates. How much are you going to taper them? You have to control it not just individually with each program. You have to coordinate it across the programs. And as you are super aware, I'm sure, when you have multiple committees in Congress everybody handling a little piece, and it's so disjointed, that's an enormous task to do. But if we want a solution, this is what we're going to have to do.
We'll go over here. I just want to repeat, though, something Eric said, because just make it very clear. Like, I think it's not a politically popular position, but I think it has to be on the table that part of the solution is smaller programs so that you have more income in a household coming from earnings from the beginning, which then addresses this problem. But again, it's a hard thing to talk about because it does mean smaller programs, but it's not smaller programs just for the sake of having smaller programs. It's smaller programs for the sake of them being more effective at upward mobility, reducing poverty. And I think that's part of the discussion that we need to have. Yep.
Jessie Troyan from the Cardinal Institute in West Virginia. Nick, I wanted to revisit the safety net recidivism question that you guys had, because you have a huge chunk of people who came out of the safety net and then came back on, but just had that one time. Did you guys have the opportunity in your surveying, in your polling data, and your focus groups to dig a little bit deeper and figure out kind of what the share is of people who were able to, find that next rung on the ladder and be able to experience these benefits of upward mobility that we all care about, versus the people who, came out of it for a stretch, are back on, back in relying on the safety net, and the experience of that financial uncertainty, it was just too much, and so now they're in sort of that hopelessness state?
It's an excellent question. The short answer is no, just because this was sort of a thing that was worth including, but there were a lot of other deeper questions about the other work behaviors. But what I would say is that the first part of your question of the group that had only happened once in this survey data, we need to keep in mind that this survey was asking folks from 2017 to 2024, asking them a point in time now, have you been on programs during any of these years? 68% of our respondents had said they had participated in programs in the year 2024. And of those, 90% were currently on programs at the time they replied to the survey. And so I think one way to look at that could be those for whom it had only happened once. Based on this data, we don't know for sure yet if that means they kind of got out of the system and moved towards self-sufficiency. That would be a fair question. The other aspect of that is, I think that kind of thing actually would warrant a lot more study to understand those dynamics. Why is there this, any degree of recidivism back onto the safety net, and what's causing that? There was another study in Utah a number of years ago that I recall looking at sort of the work engagement of folks in intergenerational poverty, so not a little bit different of a population than this, but it found that folks in that cohort tended to work fewer total hours in a given year for a higher number of total employers in a given year. And so that might indicate there's just a little bit instability of moving around different jobs and different hours and then kind of coming off and on of benefits. So at this point, without further data to dig into that question, I would for now interpret it as just a sign of instability and uncertainty and being able to plan and follow through with the trajectory for their growth. But that would be a very worthwhile question to follow up on with some new research.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Yeah, Carl Holzer. I advocate for low-income people, and I have in the family a person with a disability, so I'm familiar with some of the struggles of that community. Did you all discuss SSI and the need, the asserted need to increase the income and asset limits because they're 30 years or 50 years old? You can't have any money in the bank except $2,000 or $3,000. You can't hardly earn anything. You get thrown off the program. So it's really a barrier for people to develop, to transition from being completely dependent to working a little bit more and more and more. So that might be something to add to your list. I mean, I came late, so I'm not sure if you talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, I could go first, but before I answer that question, I just want to piggyback on your answer earlier where you said that you had to, what was the word you used, simplify or keep
Smaller
them
programs.
small.
Yeah.
But the other thing I would add to that is consolidate, because we have 80 programs, and that's way too big a number. There's plenty of opportunity to consolidate them. Just with the food assistance, like you have WIC food packages, you have the food stamp program, you have school lunches, you have summer lunches, you have school breakfasts. I mean, is there any reason that you couldn't combine that into a single program? Give everybody the EBT card, and I think that would go a long way to helping, because right now it's such a massive job to try to figure out, how to, with 80 different programs, let's consolidate them in the top of that. But to answer the question about asset tests, so we did not actually model at the Georgia Center of Opportunity asset tests, but I do know something about them. And I think what's happened is the initial purpose has kind of been lost in a lot of the different states and jurisdictions. So the original purpose is actually, it's excess, assets, right? And what you're trying to catch is you're trying to catch somebody who, for example, wins the lottery. And we've had that. When I was at the Department of Public Welfare in Pennsylvania, we would do data runs. We would get the lottery winners, and we would know. And we would still have somebody that won over $1 million in the lottery, and they're still in the food stamp program, right? That's happened, not in just Pennsylvania. That's happened. It's a couple cases. It hit the news, and it becomes, it goes viral, and everybody reads the story. And so that's the real purpose of having asset tests, is try to prevent people that has a lot of resources and that they're still kind of, we want to reserve these programs for the people who are in need, right? And so if you just base it on income, you're not going to catch, for example, situations like that, or somebody that might be resource rich, but they don't have much of an income. And you realize that if you look at the super rich in America, they don't have much income at all, right? They have it in assets. So you have to have some sort of an asset test, and we need to put in the word excess back in there, excess assets. And I think they need to be recalibrated, right? Because if you don't account for inflation and you go back 30 years, prices have more than doubled, in 30 years. So we need an asset test, but it needs to be calibrated, because if you don't have it, you're going to catch people that really are not in need. But at the same time, if you just kind of keep it stagnant. So we haven't done work on that, but I think that's definitely an area that should be looked at.
Great, thank you. So we are out of time. So thank you both to Eric and Nick. Really appreciate your work. And we'll come back at 11:30 for our next panel, which will be we'll start turning to solutions. So we're going to focus on federal solutions first at 11:30. Thank you so much.
on solutions, especially at the federal level. I'm Kevin Corinth. I'm the Deputy Director of the Center on Opportunity and Social Mobility here at AEI. I'm very honored to welcome our three panelists for our session. Foremost, we have Congressman Palmer. I'm very honored to have him with us today. He is a U.S. Representative for Alabama's 6th District. Congressman Palmer served in Congress since 2014. He is the chairman of the House Republican Policy Committee, and prior to Congress, he was the president of the Alabama Policy Institute for 24 years. Thank you, Congressman, for joining us for our panel. Immediately to my right is Josh McCabe. Josh is the Director of Social Policy at the Niskanen Center. Previously, he was Assistant Professor of Sociology and Assistant Dean for Social Sciences at Endicott College. Finally, on the far right is Matt Weidinger. Matt is a Senior Fellow and Rose Scholar here at AEI. Previously, he served as Deputy Staff Director of the House Committee on Ways and Means and Staff Director of the Subcommittee on Human Resources. So the way we're going to structure this is just immediately get into some conversation for 30 minutes. We'll then hand it over for 15 minutes of audience Q&A. And really, I'd like to just draw out some of the, what can we do about the problems that we heard about in the morning in terms of both marriage penalties and work penalties that are embedded in our tax and transfer programs. So I'll have 3 questions. I'd love for each of you to chime in, and then we'll hand it over to questions, as I mentioned. So first, I'd like to start on the work penalty issue, and really ask you, how should federal policymakers address the work penalties in our means-tested programs, and especially for families who do receive multiple benefits that can phase out simultaneously? Is it better to reduce benefit phase-out rates? Is it better to impose work requirements, have smaller benefits in the first place, or are there other strategies that we can take to ensure that when people work more, that they're actually better off? And I can start with you, Congressman, if you'd like to chime in on that, and then we'll go around.
Well, we couldn't have created a system more perverse than what we have right now, because it disincentivizes work, it disincentivizes family formation on a number of levels. And back during my think tank days, I was involved with Robert Rector and the Heritage Foundation on the welfare reform in 1996, but also at the state level under Governor Fob James when we had the welfare task force. And the thing that is interesting to me is that the very things that promote societal stability, that promote prosperity, we disincentivize. We create these cliffs that if you work more, you make more, you start to lose benefits. And what we should have done is put that on a sliding scale. We disincentivize marriage. If a couple marry and their income hits a certain level, they lose benefits. And we really didn't create any opportunity for people to gradually move off of government assistance into self-sufficiency. And I think that is a key. The other thing that we lost sight of in trying to help people through these government programs is, for the people who wanted to do welfare reform, they made it all about the money, about how much we're spending on welfare. When we've never stopped to look at how it's diminished the quality of life, not only for the people who are captured in the system, but for everybody in this room. Ben Carson is an exception, but how many Ben Carsons have been lost to the welfare trap? This tremendous intellect out there, creativity, artistry, how many scientists, doctors, teachers that have been lost in this. And I really think we need to take a different view about how we go about this and think about what we're losing, not in terms of money, but in all of this talent that's out there. So I think if we approach this differently, and when you're thinking about, if you read Phil Graham's book, The Myth of American Inequality, and if you tabulated the total benefit value, it's up around $48,000. That's almost, middle class income. If you start looking at this as how do we get people to gradually work their way off of it, I think we could make a lot of progress.
Thanks. I don't know, Josh, do you want to step in? Getting to what are some of the solutions to this at the federal level?
Yeah, so this is really tricky, and I'm really glad we had those previous presentations who hit on a lot of important points about the cumulative impact of these programs. So this is a federal and a state issue, and we just released a report looking at implicit or effective marginal tax rates for 6 programs, TANF, SNAP, federal EITC, state EITC, federal CTC, and the 10 states that now have refundable child tax credits as well, for different families to see where they're facing the highest implicit marginal tax rates. We didn't look at Medicaid, we didn't look at Section 8, we didn't look at childcare. But I think the big takeaway we found from this was that some of the highest effective marginal tax rates were on those sort of upwardly mobile families trying to move from state minimum wage to state median wage, right? And we see the phase out of SNAP, folks had mentioned, federal EITC, state EITC, and I think in a lot of states, they've structured their CTCs in a way where it's also phasing out well below median income. And these can create a lot of issues where families are facing upwards of 50, 60% effective marginal tax rates before you even include other programs. So we're really concerned less, I think, with work requirements and more with reducing those implicit marginal tax rates on upwardly mobile minimum wage working families. And one way to do that, and it's sort of counterintuitive, and I think Eric mentioned it, is consolidation, is to actually shrink some programs and move it over into different programs where they don't have those work penalties. So the big one is the federal earned income tax credit. We've seen it expand on a per child basis over time. In order to expand it to make it more generous, we've increased the phase out for that, and states copy that, and we see something similar with SNAP. So one of the things we would like to see is sort of proportionally shrinking the earned income tax credit and sort of plowing that money over into the child tax credit. So you eventually have a distinct worker credit to help raise incomes and a distinct child credit to help with the cost of raising children. With states tackling onto that, you hope states will move in that direction as well. But there's different ways of doing this, and one of our favorite, I'm glad we have our friend from Sutherland here, is Senator Romney's Family Security Act does a really good job of taking all these different benefits, which can really confuse families, make it hard to navigate, and reducing a lot of those work penalties when you're in that $20,000 to $60,000 range.
Go ahead, please.
So you raised kind of two-pronged options, right? So the one option would be to figure out some way to make the taper, the phase out of benefits, more gradual. The other is impose work requirements. Neither entirely satisfactory. So I would argue that, first of all, there's an obvious problem with increasing the taper, and it goes something like this. It costs more. It increases the phase out point for benefits, and now you're taking what are nominally low-income benefits and moving them further up the income ladder. This election probably yielded many discussion points. I'm pretty sure that was not one of the intentions of most voters, was to sort of expand the welfare state higher up the income ladder. And the obvious elephant in the room is we're running in the past fiscal year a $1.8 trillion deficit. About $1 trillion of that was just interest on the deficit. None of that's going to get any better. So the promise of, we will develop yet one more benefit program to basically phase out benefits more gradually, and that's going to solve all this, seems unsatisfactory. The good news is there is a lot there for policymakers to work with. So when it comes to the question of better coordinating benefits, coming up with a smoother glide path, that seems like an obvious answer. Figure out a way to use the money that's already invested in the system more intelligently. Problem is, here we are in Washington, D.C., and people have been talking about using benefit programs more intelligently. I don't know if the Department of Government Efficiency is watching this event today, but this would be an obvious place for them to have a look. So on the other side, so Republicans will often make a case, well, let's just apply work requirements to this, and that's going to solve all of this. First of all, I think to the world that seems kind of punitive, but also in a, I think, proper way of understanding where we have seen some success in the welfare system, that's somewhat misaligned. What I would suggest is we need a better financial architecture behind this system so that the people who are helping individuals try to navigate it have better financial incentives. And what I mean by that is this. We operate a whole lot of benefit programs. Much of what we talk about is 100% federally funded. From a state perspective, states are perfectly happy to accept more food stamp dollars, more federal child tax credit dollars, more federal housing dollars, and set aside the fact that that increased benefit provision might result in more people being on benefits than need to be. I think we had sort of a separate meeting yesterday, and Nick talked about enhanced casework and helping individuals understand better sort of the glide path off of benefit programs. I think that's a key part to all this. The welfare state is often sort of regarded as this kind of nanny state, this sort of all-knowing system that tells people what they need to do. It's far less a nanny state than it is sort of a kind of irresponsible parent that sort of parachutes money in and sends all these mixed messages, and depending on how many benefits you collect, will tell you don't go to work, don't marry, and all that. It seems like a relatively obvious and relatively low-cost solution to some of this is, in addition to the coordinating, help people understand this, help people come up with a plan to have a positive trajectory off of benefits. So it's not just a permanent, these are entitlements, they're always available to you, and you will always collect these entitlements, and you will always be locked into this system.
Great, thank you. So this morning we had 2 sessions. Actually, the first one was on marriage, and the second one was on work, which I was heartened by, because I increasingly learn from people like Brad Wilcox that marriage is just so important as an institution for society and just for the well-being of children. And I do worry that work is sort of the easier thing to talk about. It requires less judgment on people's lives, and so we kind of stay within the work realm. But I think we miss a lot when we don't do as much to focus on the ways in which safety net and tax programs are actually inhibiting marriage. And so I guess given what we learned about some of the major penalties on marriage that we have in our current programs, what would you suggest that the federal government can do on that side of the coin? And again, I'll start with you, Congressman. What are some policies that we should be thinking about to reduce the penalty for low-income parents to get married and bring those benefits to their kids?
Well, during the state's welfare reform efforts post the federal bill in 1996, there was a recommendation that we pay a bonus to people who needed to move to get a job, because the whole focus was on work. And I was on the Governor's Welfare Reform Commission, and I said, well, if you will pay someone a bonus to relocate to get a job, why wouldn't you incentivize them to get married? Because what we do is we basically say that there's these certain cliffs, these limits that you can earn and still be eligible for these programs. And if you get married and the person you marry is a wage earner, you lose this. So we literally say, well, it's better for you just to live together than to marry. I think Daniel Patrick Moynihan warned against this, got tremendous criticism because of what he had written about it in the mid-'60s, warning that this was what was going to happen. So it goes back to the same thing with work as it is with marriage, is that we need to create a glide path. The other thing, though, in response to some of what Matt said, is that we've got to reevaluate these programs. There's tremendous amounts of fraud in these programs, particularly the earned income tax credit. You literally have people posing as legitimate accounting firms, contacting people and saying, if you claim all these credits, I can get you this enormous refund. And it's billions and billions of dollars. Just on Medicaid, there's $50 billion in improper payments. So that kind of gets you back into the argument over what we're spending, but the question that hardly ever gets asked is what is effective? We even, I think around 2012 in the Obama administration, they changed how we report unemployment to stop counting people who are no longer looking for work, and we're incentivizing people not to look for work. So the unemployment numbers that you've seen for the last 12 years do not reflect the real situation in terms of our labor participation. It's the lowest it's been in probably 4 decades. So we've created a system that supports itself to disincentivize people to work and to marry, and it's created not only institutional poverty to a certain extent, which is, I think, also false, because when you calculate all the benefits, if those were calculated in the context of earned income, they would be middle class. But it's created whole neighborhoods where you got violence, you've got undereducated people. So this is, I think, one of the biggest challenges for us as a country going forward in terms of unifying the country around a policy that promotes family formation and promotes work.
As you say, Josh, do you want to chime in on that? What federal policies how we can reform them to better encourage marriage?
Yeah, so the ones that come out to me on the welfare side are thinking about the way we structured TANF. So Rep. George Holdings back in 2015 out of North Carolina had a great bill called the TANF Marriage Penalty Elimination Act, which would have eliminated the separate participation requirements for married families. And what that would have done was stop disincentivizing states from providing TANF to married couples and only providing it to single mothers. I'm not sure what happened to that, but it would be sort of good to see if we could do something like that again. But I think TANF is still problematic, and I would like to see a larger shift away from TANF as the main income support program to unemployment insurance, broadening access to that to make sure families get support. It's temporary, it's time limited, and there's no marriage penalty. You can still get it if your spouse works part-time or something like that. And then on the tax side, I think there's marriage penalties with the earned income tax credit. There's marriage penalties with the head of household filing status. And a lot of those were just sort of accidentally made or made because they traded off with cost or other considerations. So I think going back to this idea of shrinking those to increase other benefits helps reduce costs. We've seen Vice President-elect Vance had a really good amendment to increase the EITC threshold to help eliminate a lot of those marriage penalties. And he was going to eliminate all of green tax credits to pay for it, and it still had an extra cost beyond that. So it's just hugely expensive to fix it within these programs. So I think shrinking down those programs and putting them elsewhere to broader programs is going to help reduce those costs, but also reduce a lot of those marriage penalties.
So I'd say 2 things. First, if you sat through the prior panel, Eric Randolph's sort of stack chart suggests that some of the problem here is people collecting multiple benefits, right? Ultimately that drives whether you're at a benefit cliff or phase out or plateau and all that. So we need to make sure that people are actually financially eligible for programs. We just went through the pandemic when there was a record amount of government assistance that was ignored for purposes of determining eligibility for exactly the 2 programs that Eric and Nick pointed out were the ones that had the biggest problem. So $1.4 trillion in federal assistance was ignored for purposes of Medicaid and also SSI, and about $1 trillion was ignored for purposes of the SNAP program. And that was the sum total of the stimulus checks, 3 iterations of those, the unemployment benefit supplements, the $600 and later $300 increases in the expanded child tax credit. What that did was it made people appear artificially poorer when applying for these means-tested benefit programs. So you had a dynamic that in California, in the middle of 2022, the state had what I think was the record low unemployment rate at the same time that it had a record high number of people receiving SNAP benefits. That's the opposite of an automatic stabilizer, right? Like that's not the way this is supposed to work. And the pandemic was different. There was all sorts of things going on. The administration expanded benefits. There were people who retained Medicaid for years after initially being determined eligible. But going forward, I think that should be a basic principle that we accurately count the assistance that families receive on a permanent basis. We ignore EITC and child tax credit assistance. If you scratch and look at congressional bills introduced in this Congress, you will find this sort of tick at the back of a number of them that says bills that expand unemployment benefits, that expand the Social Security benefits, that create baby bonds and deposits into child savings accounts, even things like menstrual product programs and diaper programs that would be newly created. That assistance would be ignored for purposes of determining eligibility for other means-tested benefit programs. It seems like it's at odds with this general principle. And so then the second thing I would point out is, as Angela and I pointed out in a chapter we wrote in a book called Doing Right by Kids, there are fixes that can be made, sort of seconding what Josh said, to the EITC that basically reduce the marriage penalty. I would stress that that should be paid for, and there's ways to pay for that by basically improving the architecture of the system so states have more skin in the game to determine that we're keeping the right people on benefits and helping people whenever possible work and support themselves.
Great. So it's coming.
I want to comment on this. I think we've got a huge problem with how this is reported, how the Census Bureau reports on poverty rates. We had those massive transfer payments during COVID, yet income went up about 4%, but the poverty rate went up because the Census Bureau doesn't count the transfer payments as income. If you count the transfer payments as income, the poverty rate went down almost 3%. So when we're talking about all these cliffs and limits and things like that, the first thing we've got to do is we've got to start actually taking into account what these transfer payments are worth in the context of income. Otherwise, you're never going to get to where you need to be.
I think you'll find no disagreement on that at this stage. That would be
we could have a whole separate session on that.
Yes,
and in fact
have. One more question that I have before we turn over to the audience. There's going to be an opportunity to change some of these penalties, perhaps, as part of the debate on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act reauthorization coming up in 2025. One of the major provisions that I think a lot of us are thinking about is the child tax credit. Obviously, there were some major changes to the CTC in 2021 that were controversial. There have been attempts since to change it. So the CTC is a tax credit that affects both work and marriage incentives. So I'd be curious to hear each of your takes on, are there ways to reform the CTC that would better encourage work and marriage? Are there ways that we should avoid that would actually discourage work and marriage? And what are some of what are the realistic things that we could do on the CTC? And let's do the same order again, if that's okay. So Congressman, up to you, and then we'll go to Josh and then Matt.
My concern about the child tax credit is that it's become more political than it is about what's best for families. And you now have both sides of the aisle wanting to do this. And I don't know that we've done a deep dive to determine how this is impacting the people in a positive way. And so I'm right now not sure where I want to be on this, because I think if I say some of the things I'd really like to say to some of my colleagues, it's politically not popular because and this started back, Randy Hicks is here, the pro-family movement was strong proponents of a child tax credit to support families raising kids, and we saw it as kind of a pro-life type program. But I think now it's become more of an entitlement, which is a bit problematic.
Yeah. Josh.
Yeah, so we want to see folks build more on what was already done in 2017, which the good news is that Tax Cuts and Jobs Act fix some marriage penalties that previously existed in the child tax credit with the phase-out thresholds not doubling. And it did this in a sort of cost-effective manner by taking existing personal exemptions for dependents and, again, plowing those into a larger child tax credit. So the one we have today went from 1,000 to 2,000, and the phase-outs are now 200,000, 400,000. So it's relatively universal. So building on that, we were trying to figure out ways to do that and what other child benefits there are in the tax code. So there's the child independent tax credit, the child independent care tax credit, the earned income tax credit, and the head of household filing status. So given the sort of strict fiscal parameters we're looking at, I think the best bet is to do what we did in 2017 and take the head of household filing status, which is a bigger standard deduction and wider brackets for single parents in particular, and take that and do a larger child tax credit instead. So if you eliminate that altogether, folks have tried to do that in the past. It's really hard to make single mothers worth off. It's not very popular. But if you can keep them whole by increasing the child tax credit, even if it's just for the first child, you can make single parents keep them whole, but reduce that marriage penalty that is implicit in the head of household filing status today. And that would be, I think, the next logical step after 2017.
So first order of business is do no harm. So I think most Democrats campaigned on reviving the 2021 expansion of the child tax credit. Back to kind of what Eric was saying about on the prior panel about how high is that entry point, right? This would increase that entry point. It makes it's implicitly sort of a single parent subsidy, and it's extraordinarily expensive. Like that alone, the increase to the 2021 levels comes out to something like $1.6 trillion over 10 years, which is a pretty massive amount to be devoted to a single policy. I think the Congressman's right that for some folks in town, that's become sort of a proxy for undoing welfare reform. In fact, you don't have to scratch too hard to find Washington Post headlines back when the 2021 policy was being debated that people sort of hailed it as exactly that, to provide a sort of work-free welfare check that was a guaranteed entitlement, which would be an able summary of the former AFTC program that welfare reform replaced in the 1990s. What could Congress do going forward? I think there's an argument to be made for, say, an inflation adjustment to the current $2,000 amount, which hasn't been adjusted for inflation. That would bring it to about $2,500. I'd encourage members who wish to do that to come up with a way to offset that. We have proposed in Angela Mai's chapter some ways to do that. So I think there's sort of smart, fiscally responsible, and also kind of progressive in the sense of making sure the tax code remains up to date with inflation, ways to tackle this.
Sure. Any other final remarks from the panelists before we turn it over to audience questions?
I'll make a pitch for a really good thing for people to focus on. The Atlanta Fed did a terrific report in 2023 that looked at benefit cliffs, and sort of the benefit cliff side is sort of the complement to the marriage penalty side, but benefit cliffs in DC. And it showed that for a single mom with one kid in DC receiving sort of a relatively standard package of federal and state benefits, it didn't matter if mom worked and made $11,000 or worked and made $60,000. Her household income was effectively the same. That's a huge problem. To the point from the previous panel about should you get more money should you be better off if you work more? In DC, that's not the case, right? And that's because of the design of the system. Nobody intended it, right? This was something that grew up over time, but that's what we have now. That's a huge challenge to policymakers to try to address. And like I said, I don't think it's going to be addressed by coming up with just one more benefit program on top that will smooth out that transition or that sort of suggests that there needs to be a much more comprehensive look at all this. So, Congressman, that's your challenge. Sorry to lay that on you, but the current generation is faced with basically all the rules and policies and programs that previous generations of policymakers have created that have gotten us to this point. So it's a really hard nut to crack, but there's lots of great resources that at least identify what the problem is and suggest what some of the solutions could be.
Well, we know there are things that work, that produce the results that we want. The 1996 Welfare Reform Act incentivized work, poverty rates went down 65%. So we know that works. So instead of creating new programs, we need, I think to a certain extent, we need to go back to what we did in '96. But I think there's some other things that come into play here that a lot of times when we have these discussions about welfare reform, we don't talk about. One on school choice. We're seeing tremendous advances in helping people get out of this cycle of poverty because they've gotten better education opportunities. My wife and I invest in a couple of private schools that are there to provide education opportunities for kids in the inner city of Birmingham. I think that we need to be a little bit more creative in how we think about this. You have these, one of these schools is Banks Academy, and the guy who founded the school said, I really would like for you to come in one day and just sit and watch what happens when we bring these parents in. It's usually the mom, it's usually just a mother, and tell them that their son or daughter got in school. And almost without exception, they break down and cry because it is a step out of what they've got into a future that they can only imagine. So I think when we're talking about this, we need to take a more holistic approach to this than just about this program or that program.
All right, with that, I'll turn it over to questions. So wait for the microphone, state your name, and then state your question. Let's go up front here, and then we'll work our way back.
Carl Polzer. I'm happy to hear that progressivity mentioned in the context of the child tax credit, because that's something that could be worked on a lot. Child tax credit is very regressive right now. Most of the money goes to the upper middle class. The packets of money are too small to make a difference in behavior. Like doctor, lawyer family with 2,000, doesn't make a difference in how many kids they're going to have or how much income. A lot of the money doesn't go to the bottom. In my work on Social Security, one of the big issues is having more kids. We need more kids. We need more labor for the future. So how do we get that money into the hands of families that really need it? And if the way it's structured now, the stuff that goes to the upper middle class is being wasted. So why not get rid of it and focus the money where it's needed?
Should we make the CTC more progressive?
I mean, so, you know, in recent years, the CTC has become seen as an anti-poverty program, but historically, it has been a program to help with the cost of raising children. So I think it's important to keep it nearly universal, right? Kids are expensive, regardless of how much you make. Your boss doesn't pay you more, so we want our tax code to reflect a larger household is just more expensive to keep. In terms of whether it should be fully refundable, this has been a big debate in 2021. I will point out in other countries, they do have a universal child allowance, but they also, when they grow it, tend to make up for it by shrinking other programs. So in Canada in the 1990s, during their welfare reform, they had this whole movement to take kids off welfare. And what they were able to do there is work with provinces where they control their version of TANF as well, and they actually shrunk down their welfare programs to expand their refundable child tax credit. So families at the lowest incomes weren't any better off, but it reduced a lot of those work and marriage penalties. And this hasn't got a whole lot of discussion in the US. It's sort of a maximalist expand everything. And I think that's problematic. So we really do need to think more holistically about if we're gonna go that route, we absolutely need to make changes to other programs.
If it were left entirely up to me, and it's not, but if it were, I would institute a flat tax for personal income tax. The businesses don't want flat tax because they like the loopholes and they like paying tax lawyers, I guess. But for individuals, I would do a flat tax, and I would set the standard deduction based on family size, so that you don't worry about a child tax credit. You don't worry about all these deductions. You wouldn't even start paying taxes until you hit a certain income level. So that levels the playing field for everybody. It also substantially reduces the tax gap that we have every year in our federal revenue.
So I'm not sure we need to make the child tax credit more progressive, and there's reasons not to do that, certainly not in the way that it was done in 2021. But I'll kind of see you and raise you. I wrote a report with another scholar, Catherine Stevens, a couple of years ago that said basically, in some ways, we're sort of looking at this wrong, right? Like we invest $2,000 times 16 or 17 years of a child's life and then expect that $2,000 per child to make a real difference in the child and family's life. If we're going to spend $32,000, $34,000 for families to promote children, why not try to concentrate it? Why not at least give parents a chance to concentrate that money? So if mom wants to stay home and care for kids instead of having to pay for very expensive out-of-home childcare, there's $17,000 available for each of 2 years to be able to do that to cover the most expensive years of childcare. So that's actually a way to try to get at a almost cost-neutral way of providing more help to people and certainly giving people more options. There's pro-marriage, pro-fertility potential there. I don't know that we'll ever take that up, but I think that's kind of the way that we should be thinking about the system. If you got $1.5 trillion, we should think much more broadly about what the best way is to use that, and dribbling it out in, basically perpetually available entitlements to individuals without saying, well, what's the point here? What are we after? Is really not a smart way to run a railroad.
Great. I think I saw a question in the back there, and then we'll come over to this side.
Sure. David Jimenez from Niskanen. Heading into 2025, I think a lot of folks on the center-right, even if they're not supportive of a fully refundable CTC, do want a CTC that does reach more working class, low-income families with increased refundability. I know Josh and a lot of the great folks on the panel have come to different points on those provisions and what may be the unintended consequences or not on that increased phase-in rate on marriage and work penalties for folks a bit higher on the income ladder.
Anyone want to chime in on that topic? Increased phase-in rates, like the per-child phase-in rate?
Yeah, so this, I think this points to having a big unwieldy system can make it complicated. And there's a lot of trade-offs in terms of work incentives, in terms of helping larger families, in terms of reducing marriage penalties. And as we think about different reform options, we're going to have to make some of those trade-offs, right? And that includes cost as well. So phasing in faster for our larger families is going to be helpful because as you grow the credit, it's going to require higher earnings if you have 3 kids to get it. So if you're making minimum wage in Massachusetts, where I am, if you're only making $30,000, you may not be getting that full credit. You're on the phase-out range of the earned income tax credit. So ideally, you would have some comprehensive Romney-Daines style FSA type proposal. But in the meantime, there's going to be a whole lot of trade-offs of what does this look like and what can we do in any given tax package.
I personally, I do worry about the per-child phase-in. I certainly understand the rationale behind providing more benefits to families with multiple kids who are sort of making the $20,000 earnings range. The problem is that you do discourage marriage as a result for single working moms. If you're a single working mom making $20K, you've now no longer maintained that phase-in of the CTC beyond that amount, and so that's sort of taking away sort of a marriage incentive, which effectively increases marriage penalties. So I personally worry about that, but I think it's worth further debate.
And I'll just add, there's this debate of Smith-Wyden, and then doing something like that with a bunch of other different things. So I think each time we have a different package, we're going to have to reevaluate what those trade-offs are in any given package.
Sure. I'll step back into my moderator role, and I'll go back here to Brad in the back.
We've heard this morning that when it comes to kind of people's real-world perceptions, at least based upon the Utah experience, it looks like people's perceptions are kind of centered around the impact of Medicaid and also SNAP in terms of these are the things that are the primary obstacles to them getting married. I've also kind of spoken to ordinary families in Virginia, and I've heard that Medicaid is like the big deal for a lot of working class families in Virginia in terms of not getting married. So any concrete ideas around addressing marriage penalties that kick in related to Medicaid and SNAP from folks in the panel? And I would include you, Kevin, in terms of you can step out of your moderator's position for this one.
Please, panelists.
I mean, I sort of would track what I suggested before about making sure that those who are actually eligible are recipients so that you diminish the incidence or the occurrence of marriage penalties by making sure that you're actually having people on the rolls who experience these effects be those who should be on the rolls. So I'll leave it at that.
You've got a lot of problems in these programs over eligibility, and I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but we're sending out about $50 billion, that's $50 billion per year in improper payments just on Medicaid. Over half of the problems at the federal level, but it's a combination of antiquated data systems, failure to authenticate eligibility, verify eligibility, just administrative errors. In 2017, when we passed the healthcare bill out of the House, I was able to get President Trump to agree to block grant Medicaid to the states. You're still going to have serious problems with eligibility issues. There's a tremendous amount of fraud in these programs. So when you think about $50 billion a year, and we do everything in 10-year windows, that's $500 billion plus interest because we're in deficit. So, and I mentioned this earlier about the earned income tax credit. The fraud there is absolutely rampant. You throw Medicare into the mix, and now you're talking somewhere between 150 and $200 billion per year. So you're talking 1.5 to 2 trillion over 10 years plus interest. So I think we need to take a broader approach to this because there's so much money that is supposed to be going to help people in need that is just flat wasted. I was on the budget committee my first term in Congress, my first 2 terms in Congress, and I believe I'm the first one on the budget committee to get the budget to take into account all of the improper payments. So I know we're here to talk about how do we do more to help people in need and to change the trajectory of this, but I think we're going to have to start thinking about some, like I said earlier, thinking outside the box on how we approach some of this stuff.
Right. I think we have time for one last question, so we'll go to Max and then.
Hi, Max Gennis from Policy Engine. So people often dislike marriage penalties, but you talk about economies of scale, or you get to share costs of your house and other groceries and those kind of things, and people are much more receptive. And this shows up in poverty measurement, and I think the way that we have economies of scale in poverty measures like the official poverty measure, poverty guidelines, and the supplemental poverty measure encourage marriage penalties in the system both mechanically and indirectly. So the poverty guideline for one person household is about 15,000. It's only about 5,000 for the second person. So anything that's tied to the poverty guidelines is going to create that marriage penalty. And then because there are economies of scale in the supplemental poverty measure, if you're optimizing your policy to minimize the poverty rate, you're going to encourage movement toward marriage penalties there too. So I'm curious if you could just sort of reflect on this relationship between economies of scale and marriage penalties, and also would you encourage reforming the way that we measure poverty to, for example, just scale linearly with the number of people?
Never really thought about that one a whole lot, but economies of scale are real things, right? You only pay for rent once if you have 2 people or you have a child or whatever. So I'm not sure you can get around that by saying, well, X, 2X, 3X going up. But I'm neither an economist nor somebody who's thought about this a lot, so I'll think about it more.
I would say you want to target aid to those who are most needy, and it makes sense to account for household size. So I'm okay actually with having small marriage penalties that are reflective of having an extra person in the household, which allows for economies of scale. My problem is when you have very big marriage penalties, such as when you have a working single mom who thinks about getting married to a dad, and when you combine their income into one, you totally lose SNAP. You totally lose your housing benefits. You may fall off the Medicaid cliff, and you may get the exchange subsidies, but there's a lot of costs there. So I guess I'm okay with, I think you have to be okay with some amount of a work penalty and some amount of a marriage penalty. It's just that they're far too big in some cases, especially when we're talking about marriage. So that would be my answer. And I think with that, it's time for lunch. So please join me in thanking our panelists.
For the Commonwealth of Virginia. Randy Hicks, a man who needs no introduction, president of the Georgia Center for Opportunity, and Eric Cockling, who is the chief program officer for the Georgia Center of Opportunity. Are we live? Gentlemen, welcome. For those who've been at the event through its entirety, we've covered a lot of ground, and the purpose of this conversation comes down to state-based solutions to the marriage and work penalties. And one of the prevailing questions will be, can there be state-based solutions? But before we even get to that, I want to make sure we set the stage a little bit for what's going on. So I want to pose a question. Maybe we can just go down the line with each of you. Sure. Begin with you, Martin. Why does this matter? The average person in the room, the average citizen of your state, why should we be dedicating time talking about these penalties to marriage and work? How does it affect people?
Boy, where do you start? Because it impacts just about everybody in the state. If it doesn't impact them directly, it's going to impact somebody that they know, somebody they're related to. Virginia, for example, 8.7 million people, 1.6 of them are on Medicaid. Good number of them are on Medicaid. Where we looked at welfare reform, 20 years ago, in the 90s, 25, 26 years ago, there were 75,000 people on then AFDC that shifted to TANF and it dropped down to 30,000 people. The numbers were minuscule in comparison to the numbers that are today. And so with those numbers being so dramatic, it is impacting everybody. Whether again, it's somebody directly impacted because they're a second generation or third generation Medicaid recipient, or whether or not they're on Medicaid because of Hurricane Helene, or whether or not they're on Medicaid for whatever reason. And so it's important because obviously people are important and you want to help them.
Eric, elevate this on people's radar. Why does it matter?
So we come at this from the perspective of community-based programming to deal with issues of poverty. There are 2 programs that we operate that are specifically in our local community, trying to help people who fit into the demographic that receive safety net benefits that are, they're most impacted by this. We have one that's workforce development focused. I'll talk about that more possibly later. We have another one that's working within the Title I schools where our offices are located. We're about to be in 7 different schools with Title I families. And so we hear about this problem a lot. And I love the academic part of the discussion about how to reform the system. But for us, it's about the real life stories and impact that we're hearing from people on the ground. And we hear it enough that, what got us into studying benefits cliffs and working with Eric to understand this more were those stories, that we were hearing directly from people and wanting to know exactly how this problem works, and how extensive it is. So we've talked a lot about poverty throughout the various panels, but just a couple of numbers that stick to me, right? 100 million people roughly, across the country are impacted by the top 10 welfare programs in the country. That's from the Office of Planning and Evaluation at HHS. When it comes to single moms, those are the most impacted by this system by far. And the client base that we serve, primarily African-American females with kids, right? So that's who we're seeing impacted. The marriage penalty itself, if we think about the importance of marriage for that group of individuals, right? If you're married, the odds of you being in poverty are about 5%, right? Most recent numbers that I could find. If you're a single mom, it's 30%. Those households are at 30%, that's 6 times. Single fathers, it's 3 times the married rate, okay? So we're talking about a massive impact on the most vulnerable folks that we serve. The other thing that I'll mention, and hopefully we'll flesh this out a little bit more later is we've done research in years past on generational effects of the welfare system. So the intention of our project was to essentially talk to parents and their teenage kids, where the parents were on benefits as when they were kids, and now they have households with kids also seeing the benefits coming into the home. And essentially the thing that stood out to us most was not necessarily the impact on those two generations, although it was evident that the kids were learning from their parents the new standard, I guess, that work was not that important and there was not going to be a father in the home. What was interesting to us was that there was actually 3 generations represented there. In a lot of the conversations we had in our focus groups, what we learned was that the mom in that situation herself had grown up in a home where mom and dad had chosen not to form a household. They still had a relationship, but they chose not to marry because of the cliffs and the penalties in the system. So we have now 3 generations, and maybe it's bigger than that, but if that's what we're talking about, we are in desperate need of stopping it, right? So we don't have a 4th. So that's why we're engaged.
Randy, I'd like to ask you to add just a little more dimension to it, because I'm somewhat familiar with the decisions that go into when you're in a state-based public policy organization, the decision to focus on certain issues and commit resources, and it's a very big deal to make decisions like that. Walk us down the path a little bit, and some of it's been touched on, but what did you see? Did you look down the road and say, if we don't do something now, how did you get here with this commitment?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We were really focused on, as an organization, focused on family-related issues, for many, many years. And one of the things that we noticed was that poor families were fragmented more than higher income families. That's not news to anybody here. We wanted to understand why fragmented families were poor and why poor families were fragmented. What's the relationship? Which comes first? And so we started digging into it and really discovered that as a group on the center right, there weren't groups out there just focused on poor families, family structure, what was driving it. We wanted to identify the barriers to opportunity for these people to flourish like any one of us. And essentially what we always believed about our organization was that, public policy ultimately, in the end, is about people. It's not just about policy. I think sometimes we can get wonkish and we can geek out on our policies. But the reality is that the only reason policy matters is because it impacts lives. And so we just had this deep desire to understand how this system was affecting millions of Americans. And so, one of the stories Eric mentioned that we've heard many stories. One story we heard was of a woman who actually had a job, raising 2 kids. She was invited by her boss into his office on a Friday afternoon, got a promotion and a pay raise. She left in tears. She was so excited. She returned on Monday in tears and turned it all down because her perception was that she was going to lose thousands more in government assistance than she was going to gain in pay. And the thing I always say about that is that the tears tell you everything you need to know, right? If it was just a calculation, it was just about money, there are no tears. It's just, let me do the math and figure out what's going to be financially beneficial. She was in tears because she lost an opportunity. And she had been excited about providing this opportunity for her kids, modeling a career-type path for her kids. So that's ultimately the reason why all this matters. And I'll say one other thing. Eric Randolph spearheaded a project where we looked at the non-financial benefits of work. So everybody gets the financial benefits, but what are the non-financial benefits? And the reality is that they're actually much greater and much more significant than the financial benefits. Social stability is better, mental health is better, physical health is better, connection to the community is stronger, kids do better academically, risky behaviors go down throughout the family. Just every part of someone's life improves when people are working. So it's not enough for us for those of us who want to reform the system because it's expensive and unsustainable, and it is. Really, it's the reason we should be concerned is because it's dehumanizing. And so we dove in a really deep way to understand how this system was working to set people back. And that's actually when we hired Eric to start digging in and ultimately created that computational model, gave us a clear picture of the benefits cliff.
Thank you, and your leadership's incredible on this issue. Martin, Randy mentioned something that I want to spend a little time and continue this theme. There are those who view this as a budget problem, an economic problem. There are all kinds of ways you can label it. It becomes a different problem when you personalize it. Yeah. And sometimes policymakers on the right can be perceived as not personalizing issues and not caring about it. But you have a unique perspective because prior to your current role, you were also the commissioner for the Department of Social Services in Virginia. So if I could just, writing on that and now stepping into a different state, could you walk us through, take a personal example, a parent or parents, and then build up on that of what it meant to the community as they, hopefully a success story,
or
not.
Well, I remember, so been in this for a long time.
Yeah.
And all the way back to 1993, 1994, working on welfare reform with Governor George Allen. And we started this idea of welfare reform, and people were saying it's punitive, it's hurting poor people, it's going to be, kicking people off of welfare and all this stuff. And there was this one woman who got a job. We had to obviously sell businesses, welfare recipients, church community, nonprofits. Everybody had to be sold a different reason why this would work. And particularly those individuals who had fallen on hard times, lost their dignity, wrestled with, could I even do this? And I never forget, this one story of a woman who, she'd gotten a job, she's working, and her success was, I bought my son something for Christmas at Rose's. And that's all she said. She said, I was able to go to Rose's. Rose's is a department store back in, Southwest Virginia. And she was just so happy that she could get her son something from Rose's. And that was just a small snapshot of her relationship with her son being restored. Her dignity of having the ability to purchase something that she didn't have the ability to do before. Her self-worth being elevated. It's so much more than just, a job, but it's, again, we're taking people from different stages of inability, brokenness, for whatever reason they've gotten themselves into, and assisting them through the process of self-sufficiency, independence, and ultimately even interdependence so that they can then go help somebody else. And so it was countless stories like that, which obviously motivated us. And I really love, Randy, when you talk about opportunity, it's really what this governor, Governor Youngkin, his passion is to see the value of dignity, agency of every human being elevated so that they then have the ability, whether it's to make decisions educationally for the kids or through mental health reform and helping them to be in the parents to be at the table in a mental health crisis or in other situations. And so it's so much more than just kind of a financial decision. While it's a real financial decision, when you put people first and you put them at the forefront, you see the opportunity. And in many ways, you empower them so that you can then get out of their way to be successful. You're you think you're doing all of this, but in a way, you're just unleashing their inner agency, their self-worth, their ability, their sense of accomplishment, their sense of being able to do on their own. I think of Man's Search for Meaning, and the fact that here's this guy who was imprisoned in a concentration camp, and he said the one thing the Nazis couldn't take away from us, and I knew it and I understood it, they could take away my life, they could take away my family, they could take away my health, they could do all these things, but they could not take away my ability to respond. I still chose how I responded. And I was either going to respond in faith or in fear. And I could still control that. And so that sense of agency, that sense of personal responsibility in the worst of circumstances is something that you want to elevate even with social policy. And so how do we, even in the midst of this societal change that we're debating, discussing, trying to figure out, what formula, do we grandfather this, do we do that, is how do we cut on the light bulb of hope and faith in individuals and unleash their inner agency to be successful.
So Eric, I can see you nodding because your organization works primarily with populations most affected by these programs. Let's look at it from the other end and keep it in the personal vein. What happens when someone is benefiting from these programs, perhaps getting that glimpse of dignity? What happens when they hit a cliff and it goes wrong?
Yeah, so first, thank you for the focus on human dignity and this idea of agency. I think that's absolutely key as to why we want reform. To your question, our initiative that's focused on workforce development, we call it Better Work. At this point, we've worked with thousands of households trying to seek, either a job for the first time or a better paying job. Our role in this is essentially coordinating the efforts of partner nonprofits that actually are serving the immediate needs of the population that we're serving, and also coordinating and sort of bringing in the partner businesses that are willing to work with the population that we serve, okay? And when you're a partner business, basically what you're saying is that you'll accept people with less than stellar work records, right? They may have criminal histories. They may not have been employed for years, that sort of thing. But the way that we're seeing it, I think, is mostly exemplified by the story of Joelle. Joelle was a client of ours, came through the program, a great success in terms of just serving her. We were able to get her a really good job, and it was with the state of Georgia, of all things. Well, her backstory is that she came to Georgia escaping a domestic violence situation with her husband. So divorce brought her children to Georgia, was able to get housing assistance. When she came to us and we got her the job, we thought we had solved her problem. But what we found out was that as soon as she took that job, she realized she was going to lose Section 8. I think that was Section 8 that she was on. But regardless, she was losing her housing. That put her and her kids in their car homeless. Her story resolves okay because we were able to continue help. There were other things in the community, other community resources. To get to an earlier point in the discussion, another panel, a lot of the recipients here don't know any other sources outside of the government assistance, okay? So there is an educational gap here, which we were able to bridge for her. But the point is, she was doing all the right things, but yet sort of fell into the cliffs effect unknowingly. This is happening all the time to the clients that we see, even though we say that doesn't happen very often. Well, when you're working with the population that we do, who are, by the way, largely coming through our cooperative food ministries. That's who we partner with. We have teams that are actually on site at our food ministry location, seeing their clients as they come in to get boxes of food, okay? So the toughest of the toughest to employ, all right? That's who we're talking about. The other thing I'll say is sort of an employer impact, and maybe it's counterintuitive or maybe it makes complete sense, I don't know. But when we're working with them, one of the barriers that we have to overcome is their impression of the kind of clientele that we're serving and we're sending their way. Because what they assume is that they're going to hit a point if they hire this person where that individual is going to not work additional hours, not be able to move up when they have the opportunity, even if they love those, those individuals and think they are perfect matches for the business. They can't all articulate why that's happening, but they just know the profile kind of instinctively, especially the ones who hire lots of people all the time. And so we have to overcome that barrier just to get them into work. So you can imagine what they're seeing, right, as the direct recipient. So,
Randy, let's get into possibly the harder part then with this backdrop. So I just heard Eric mention private sector, nonprofits, communities of faith, the parent-child relationship. There are a lot of organizations moving around these issues. We've been on a deep dive all yesterday, all day long, talking about possible solutions and how to look at this. And one question that it feels like becomes paralyzing is this a state issue or a federal issue? And if it's both, who goes first? It's hard to come down to here's what would improve things, because I think we'd all agree, if you recreated the system today, if none of this existed, I don't think any of us would create it the way it's been created. And yet here we are. So where do we start? What can states do? What should they do?
Yeah. So first of all, we do call it a system. It really isn't a system per se. It's just a mishmash of programs that have been developed over many decades to address very specific.
System's a little kind.
The system is being very kind. First of all, let me just say, one of the things we spend a fair amount of time doing, as evidenced by the Better Work program that Eric just described, is we tell local leaders to not wait for the state or federal government to act. Do what you can do now because you do have the resources to do it. So don't wait, while letting them know that we're working on some policy changes that might help them accomplish their goals. So we tell community leaders that all the time, and we help them figure out how to address some of those things. But I do believe that particularly on an issue like welfare, because of how big these programs are, that it really does, reform needs to start with the state, and obviously the 1996 reform is a great example of that. Actually started with what Governor Tommy Thompson did in Wisconsin, and other governors like Engler and many others followed suit and had the same kinds of results in terms of getting people back into work, reducing child poverty, Black child poverty going down to its lowest point in history. But that was one program that started in one state that kind of spread like wildfire to others and ultimately created the opportunity for a federal reform. What we're talking about now is very similar. We're talking about reforms that need to start at the state level. We believe that one of the most important steps for that is the one-door policy. In your home state, you're the only, you live in the only state that has integrated workforce and welfare programs. People don't go to the welfare office, they go to the Department of Workforce Services, and they're treated as a customer as opposed to just a recipient. It's a more dignifying process, but that you guys integrated. And then won't go into all the details, but when Congress created the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, essentially it eliminated that possibility for any other states, while Utah was grandfathered in. So we have a bill right now that passed the House of Representatives that creates the opportunity for a number of states to integrate workforce and welfare programs. There's a bill in the Senate as well. We believe that should pass any day now. We sure hope so. But that's the kind of thing that's needed. You just need to give states the flexibility to be innovative and creative and prove the effectiveness of different ideas.
Why would anyone oppose that bill?
The good news is in the House, I forget what the vote was. I mean, it must have been like 350 to 28 or something. I mean, it was pretty overwhelmingly in favor of it, but some apparently opposed it based on procedural issues. But I won't say any more about that.
Had to ask. We're focusing a great deal, although I like how we're moving towards the personal side of it. But let's talk about marriage penalties for a minute. What did you see in your state? You're in a current administration. Mm-hmm. What would improve if marriage penalties were lifted? Is the administration, you have a vision of this? Are you working on something? If you could wave the wand?
Virginia is unique in that we're a purple state. And so our General Assembly is led by Democrats, both in the House and the Senate. We have a Republican governor. And so it's going to be difficult for us to do anything kind of legislatively because they're just the polar opposite views of what does help look like. It's hard. If you were to wave a wand, I would imagine, again, Governor Youngkin would think, one, we want to empower parents to lead. And so if we could provide choice in some form or fashion where they are responsible and not just, again, educational leave, but in mental health and other areas. But it would be very difficult to speak to other issues right now. I can tell you, I mean, even my role as the chief diversity officer was fraught with discussion. I mean, it was, the governor sees this as an opportunity-based approach, equal opportunity for all. When we look at racial disparities, for example, I mean, they're real. Poverty, low income, education outcomes. But the question is why? Why are there these disparities? And you can go all the way back to Monahan report back in the 60s, and you would think that we would have fixed it by now, but in fact, what we did was we poured gasoline on a fire and made it worse and produced greater negative outcomes, particularly as it relates to family formation. And so you've got now 3 and 4 generations of individuals who know nothing else and think that this is the norm. Now, the scary thing is when you look at non-marital births and marriage formation, all those things, where Monahan was yelling fire, fire, fire in 1963, 64, the white community is far past those numbers that he discussed in 63 today. And so, again, when we look at social programs like Medicaid, 27% of the Medicaid population is white, but 64% of all African Americans are on Medicaid. Pause, think, that's a stunning number. And so when you talk about changing that program, you're talking about affecting all of those lives. And so it's not a small task. It's something that is going to require great thought, great care, great wisdom. But yeah, there are things that states can do, but obviously that would be something that the feds would have to do. Yeah.
So Eric, given that political backdrop and a conservative belief that government doesn't need to fix everything, give your best pitch for taking politics out of the concept of encouraging marriage.
Well, I mean, I think the question of marriage and the benefits of marriage transcend political boundaries. I mean, we know of the top 3 things that we can do to fight poverty. Work is one, marriage is the other, education is the third. It's political because we choose to use it as a dividing tool, right, between people, not because in practice we don't see that it actually works to prevent poverty and to help people escape poverty. Do you mind if I talk about the states for a minute?
Please.
Clearly, there's a lot that's wrong with the system that only the federal government can fix. Eric Randolph has done a masterful job of sort of describing the marriage penalties across the board, and they're in everything that we do, it seems. And the tax credits and other things, that's federal, right? But at the state level, the states are the laboratories of democracy, right? There is so much that they can do to at least get the ball rolling. And I love the, throw everything against the wall and see what sticks, And we had an excellent meeting yesterday. It was a long meeting, but we got to talk to, a variety of state leaders who are, they're taking the bull by the horns. And I'm not going to say what states because I don't want to undermine what they're trying to do. But they are looking seriously at doing things at the state level, with or without federal approval, to start dealing with cliffs and marriage penalties. And I applaud them for doing that. There are mechanisms in some of these programs, and Eric covered this really well, so I'm not going to go into any detail, but we do have waiver opportunities for Medicaid and SNAP. We need states to be going after that and just see what they can do. Child care is another problem area. Even though it's a smaller program and ration, we need to fix that because that just kills a mom's motivation to work more if she has no place for her kids. States already control that money. Why not have a state go ahead and try to figure out how to eliminate cliffs in it under its own authority? We can totally do those things, right? So, that's my pitch for state level reform is try everything. Even with one door, and I'll stop with this, but the one door policy out of Utah, which I absolutely love, and in Nick's presentation, he's too humble to really say what it actually does. But Eric Randolph and I have been to Utah. We've gone to the Department of Workforce Services. We have sat with those folks and watched what they do. When someone comes in for help, and they're typically seeking benefits, they're not necessarily there for work, but everything is aligned at this DWS department, as Randy had talked about, to focus on work, but to do it in a customer-friendly way. How about government treating us like customers every once in a while? The feel of what happens there truly is more like Chick-fil-A rather than the DMV. So if you don't prefer that, you need to have your head checked. We should want that for our clients because we would want that for ourselves. We would want that for our children. The other thing I think is remarkable about their system is the work focus. And when I say that, I don't mean it's just sort of tangential to what they do. It is front and center. When you walk in, some of the first questions they ask you is, are you working currently? Would you like to earn more money? Because guess what? We have connections with employers who we can get you an interview with right now. We can do that now. Do you have a resume? If not, sit down with this individual and they will help you create that resume on the spot. These are not small things. That's what we do, in our Better Work initiative day in and day out, and it makes all the difference. But they're doing that as a government agency and bringing all of that complexity down to a human scale, which is the other thing. We've talked about cliffs and penalties, but this system is not built for people. It's built for robots. It doesn't make it easy. We had a chart up yesterday of all the federal agencies, all the state agencies, and all these programs, and there are lines going in every direction. The long and short of it is, it looks like as an individual or a family seeking support or help, you have about 17 different pathways to get safety net help and workforce development help. And they're not coordinated in any state that I know of outside of Utah. So Utah's example, I think we should all import, and I think other states can take this on. And a couple of states yesterday said they were moving forward without one door at the federal level passing to start doing one door in the ways that they could now. So that's it.
Randy, before we open it up for questions, and I imagine there will be many, in listening to this conversation, you can't ignore the cultural aspect of it. a friend of Sutherland, Scott Rasmussen, the pollster, wrote in a book several years ago with historical proof that culture actually leads and government and policy follow. Elected officials are often catching up with the will of the people. So just given your role, I imagine you're out in the community often speaking to groups and sharing this message and providing the leadership that only you could provide. What is your message and who do you deliver it to when you're talking to corporations, to nonprofits? How do you motivate them? What is your message to say, start?
Yeah.
Start and change the culture.
Yeah. Well, one of the things we point out pretty quickly is that we have to remember what it means to be human and think about what it would be like for us to be in a program like this, to be dealing with what poor people are dealing with when they get benefits. So one of the things, we often will say to groups of people, and that we've really made central to our message, is that, and we all know this, I'll say this to a group, I say, we all know from our own personal experience that work is more than just a source of income. It's a source of pride, purpose, and belonging. We all want to know that what we do matters, purpose. We all want to know that we matter to someone, that's belonging. And between work and family, that's where we get both those things kind of integrated, right? We feel that sense of purpose. We feel that sense of belonging. And we have to almost dehumanize the recipient of welfare programs to ignore that reality in them. It's in us, it's in them as well, and we need to keep that in mind. And Nick touched on this when he was speaking earlier, the messaging on this is so important. I think we've made the mistake in the past of really focusing too much on fraud, right? Too much on waste. Let's talk not so much, and those things have to be addressed, and they're real. But let's talk not just how people might be cheating the system. Let's talk about how the system's cheating people. And talk about these often single moms who are trying to build a career for themselves, climbing out of a hole and being pushed back into it, essentially. So we really have to humanize the recipient, make sure that our audiences can identify in themselves the same sorts of longings that somebody getting government assistance might be receiving. And we find that message always works irrespective of where somebody might be on the political spectrum.
It's terribly important and something that should transcend political ideology. Angela, is it okay if we open up for questions a little bit early? Because I'm just thinking with the tenor of this discussion, there may be a lot of questions. So let's just open it up. Love to hear what anyone in the room is thinking or what you see in your community that might be a place to start.
I'll go second, because I already asked you a question. One thing that's interesting listening to this is that the negative framing, getting rid of penalties. So that brings up to my mind, with government, it's going to be carrots or sticks. So let's say you take a woman with 2 kids that's on a bunch of programs. If you use the stick, you're going to take something away from her. So unless she gets married. Now, how's a woman with 2 or 3 kids that's poor going to attract a husband? Maybe the state can provide one for her or pay somebody to do that, but that's kind of silly. So why not let them, a less silly option would be, why not let them, okay, if you get a raise and break the limit of your income, or if you get married, why not give you a year? Just consolidate that improvement, because you get a new job, may not work out. You get a new husband, may not work out. Give them a year. And then come back. I mean, that would be more of a carrot. So I'm thinking about what could be the carrots. Does that make sense?
It does. I'll let everyone address that, because one of the things that came up yesterday that needs to be modeled for is human behavior. Yes. You can put the best idea out on the table, but people don't always behave exactly the same way. So thoughts on this question?
I'll jump in. One thing we talked about yesterday is the principle that working more should result in more dollars to the household, like you should be better off. I think that was a question that Angela started out the day with, to launch this. So I think your fundamental point is the exact right one, which is we should build the system or correct the system so that if somebody is doing the things that we know will ultimately get them out of poverty, whether that's building a household, working, progressing in their job, we need this system to make sure that for every dollar earned, there's additional income coming into the household. And it has to take into effect the behavioral rules that people follow, the psychological rules that kind of govern people's behavior that Eric and Nick have talked about, where they're not losing so much of that they don't think the effort to earn that additional money is worth it because they're losing so much. So it's not just eliminating cliffs, but it's also looking at the earnings loss rate, as we call it, and making sure that whatever percentage they're losing is tolerable based on just understanding of human psychology. So I'm with you on that.
I'm really trying to let the other person go first. Thank you. And thanks to each of you. Wonderful comments and conversation. My question is just for any folks at the state level in the room, if they were to come to you and say, hey, my state's legislative session is starting in a couple months, in January, what's the one thing I could do in my state that would make a difference? What's the bill that we should draft to run starting in 2025? If you had to pick one thing that would be impactful at a state level that they could do today, what would it be?
I'm going to ask that of Eric Randolph as well, by the way. Go ahead, Eric.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, I think of the list of things that we kind of rattled through, and you guys know, I think the lowest hanging fruit is something around one door. Based on the conversations we had yesterday, I know the federal one-door legislation has not passed completely yet. Hopefully it will. But even if it doesn't, what I understand is that there are quite a few mechanisms that are in place already that states can start combining programs. They can co-locate both the workforce and safety net programs so that there's at least that level of connection. That's the kind of thing that I would recommend right away to get that process and that structure in place. The one-door model, despite cutting down complexity and also treating people better, it also, in my mind, when it's in operation, it can't help but highlight and make a very sharp point on the fact that we have benefit cliffs and marriage penalties. If all the gears of government are set towards getting people into work, well, then all these barriers will become the point of contention. And hopefully there's demand that bubbles up for that to change and some innovative thinking even at the state level for how to fix those issues. One other thing, I think there's just a lack of knowledge at the state level for state legislators about how dysfunctional their welfare and workforce systems truly are. And so we've been recommending audits. Audit these systems and audit them not just for efficiency, right? That's the typical audit, but audit them for effectiveness. Like come up, if you don't have goals other than these output goals for your agencies, come up with what you want them to actually achieve. Self-sufficiency, maybe. There's a great goal. And look at how well they're hitting those. The other thing is look at whether they coordinate what they do with the other agencies of government that are supposed to be there to help the same people. And what they're going to find is they're not real efficient, they waste tons of money, they're not effective if they're even measuring it, and they don't coordinate. And that opens the eyes of your legislators and gives them a chance to plot a route out and figure out how to make those things come true.
And that, just so you know, that's a strategy that has worked in multiple states already.
Yep.
They do the audits, it exposes all sorts of inefficiencies and problems, and gets the legislature thinking differently than they've ever thought about this web of programs that they're responsible for.
My follow-up question is, is there anything that states are doing or thinking about doing that you think they shouldn't be doing? So what are things states should not be doing to help with this?
At the state level and at the federal level, both? There's an impulse with lawmakers to simply extend benefits. That is, their answer to everything is, there's a cliff here, let's push it out here. And all you're doing is making the program more expensive and kicking the can down the road, because you've still got a cliff problem. I'd say that's the most common response from legislators and from state agencies. And sadly, they often get praised for that kind of thing. I know, Eric went and testified before Congress, before a committee a couple of years ago, and they were talking about cliffs, and every person who testified was talking about extending benefits. That was their whole thing, except for Eric. He was a lone voice in the wilderness, saying that's not solving the problem.
If you need some specific programs, like there's a report out of the New England states where they have tried to tackle some of these things. Well, they've done it through creation of new programming. Missouri tried something, similar problem, bridge programs, and what ends up happening is they create the programs without ever modeling the impact, which just kills me. I mean, why would you do that? If we plug those reforms into the model that Eric has created, you see that basically you're making the cliffs much worse. A lot of times you're pulling new families into having to deal with cliffs that were not there to begin with. Well-intentioned, but just terribly executed, So, the word of caution is whatever you're thinking of doing, model it first. Make sure it actually works.
Martin, I have to ask because of your state-based experience, and I don't want you to get into anything you shouldn't, but do you find in Virginia, are you looking at surrounding states? Are you seeing models around the country that are becoming part of your agenda?
I can tell you one of the things that we're studying right now. I mean, we haven't even, when we looked at poverty 20 years ago, we didn't even look at family formation, which is, the number one, I think, driver of poverty. And today, we're actually studying not just poverty, but criminogenic behaviors and reentry and fatherhood and marriage. And so we're doing studies around the family unit and the impact that it has on a host of areas, and what, based on that information, what can we then do to resolve it? We're in the twilight of the Youngkin administration. This is our last year. And so hopefully we're going to inculcate some of the things that we've already started so that, because it's successful, whether it's prison reentry or mental health reform or education policy, that the next governor can pick up and carry as well.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. More? Angela?
I think this question might be for Martin, drawing on your kind of prior secretary experience, but jump in too. I guess I'm kind of thinking about, what I'm hearing is we have the mechanical issues with how the benefits are set up and all of that. Then we have the experience issue, which is how people are experiencing the program, the messages we're sending to them. So I want to focus on that and ask you, if you want to change that at a state level or at an agency level, to me, that's a workforce issue, because the workers are the ones that are interacting with participants, and they come to that job with their own perceptions and their own beliefs about what's important and their own value system. So I guess, can you just speak to that? Like, is that an issue, getting workforce changes?
Sure. So,
and just how does that all fit together?
So it depends on what your outcome is. And this gets to the heart of, what are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to just get people out of poverty? Are we trying to, is that our goal? And so now that they've hit 110% of poverty, success, right? Or is it that we want to get them employed? Or is it that we want them to be in safe, stable, intact two-parent households? And so it really depends on the goal which is going to lead to the outcome. Virginia actually created a new workforce agency in the past 2 years, where it combined, it saw that there was a work program for reentry guys. There was a work program at the VEC. There was a work program in TANF. There was a work program in all these different state agencies. And so they decided to combine them, put them into one agency under, Secretary of Labor, and have this one program. It didn't include DSS though. It didn't include welfare recipients, which it should have. Yeah, in light of, it's a great idea what Utah's doing. So there are things that I know Virginia's doing, but I think it goes to what is your intended outcome. And I honestly think, Randy again touched on a few things like belonging, and when you talk about human flourishing, it includes all of those things. And the difficulty is that what is the role of government in providing it, and what is the role of the private sector and the civil society in providing it? And government can maybe empower the civil society and encourage the civil society to inject faith and inject hope. But what is the role of government to do? And so I think that, we wrestle with our roles to maybe inject or encourage or start, but ultimately, I think in some cases, government should stay in its lane, and so does some respects. But again, it goes back to ultimately what is the objective. If there's a point I was thinking of when we look at human flourishing, when we want people to be successful, I think government's role, and I've heard numerous people say it earlier, is to do no harm, is to make sure we don't mess it up and create impediments that weren't there. That's the first, I think, first rule of the Hippocratic Oath, right? Do no harm, right? Make sure you're not hurting the individual you're trying to help. And so government should look at itself honestly and see where it's done that and stop doing harm. And then in trying to figure out this whole thing around family and others, it's make sure that we're in our lane, so to speak, and empowering civil society and other institutions to do its part.
Any comments to add to that?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. When you say it's workforce, it's like the agency level workforce that needs, okay. So in the early days of doing the benefits cliff research, this has been 8 years ago, I guess. Some of the earliest meetings that we had was with our regional sort of HHS leadership for the country, right? Our region, Atlanta. We had a number of meetings. And it was sort of frontline workers and then management, right? They brought them all in because we wanted to tell them this great discovery we had made about benefits cliffs. Well, in those meetings, the thing that just resonated for me, and I think for Randy and Eric, was the fact that all of these folks in these agencies, if what they were saying out loud was actually, real for them, was that one, they knew the benefits cliffs were an issue. They knew about marriage penalties as well. And many of them were heartbroken that this is the system that they had to deal with. So I think the lesson for us, the one that I took away, was that these are individuals who got into this work by and large because they have a passion for people and they want to help people. That's like the motivation behind most social workers out there, which I almost was, at one point. They aren't trying to perpetuate the harm. I think what we have to do is have leadership within these offices, like this man to my left, who understand what the real purpose of these agencies are and then to the extent they're able, free them up to be the change agents in those lives, right? But if we believe the individuals in these offices, they say the rules bind us up so much that we don't have the option to do the things that we know we need to do for our clients. And so they're as hurt by the system as the client base that they're serving.
So a couple other thoughts about that. First of all, about that meeting that Eric mentioned, I remember sitting in that meeting, and it's a high-powered meeting from the southeastern region of the United States. And this one young lady gets up, probably in her mid-30s, in leadership, and she is animated. I think she's mad at us for displaying all this stuff. Mm-hmm. No, she was mad at the system. Mm-hmm. And that was one of those revelatory moments, right? That this person hates the way this system, use that term loosely, affects people. So one of the things I'll say that is really important, and this is why, and I go back to the one-door model, but this happens in some offices very likely across the country. You've got to treat people as human beings who have hopes and longings. You have to treat them that way. Hope is absolutely vital to human flourishing, right? Because it's anticipating a future that's better than the present.
Yes.
For millions of Americans, they can't do that. They can't anticipate a future that is better than the present. One of the reasons is they feel stuck. We've made poverty survivable but not escapable, and that's how it feels to them. They're surviving, they're not escaping. So they feel trapped, and the reason why one door matters is because when the customer comes in, they're treated like people who have a future, that they're guided towards a way out. Mm. And one of the things we've discovered about poor people looking for work, and Eric can talk about this far better than I can because of our community work, is a lot of people who've been out of work for a while are deeply discouraged. They have no confidence in themselves. They could walk up to the door of the neighborhood co-op and realize that somebody's going to want to talk to them about work and walk away because I can't do that and nobody would ever want to hire me. They have to be treated differently for that to stop. And so I do think workforce is probably the best place to start because it's the best way out, right? So those are my thoughts.
One other thought too, and that is when we look at social policy right now, generally it's to try to help the child. And the focus is on, it's a child-centric model of helping the child, providing resources to the child, helping the single mom to help the child. But we don't focus on the family unit as the client. And if there was a slight practice shift from a child-centric model to a family-centric model, then all of a sudden you're looking at a different solution as well. Because you can try to fix the child, but the social worker, you mentioned, they're going to go and they're going to try to help the child 1 hour every week, right? And then the child goes back to their family 23 other hours a day for the whole week. And then they'll come back for another hour a week. And, but you're not changing the child's environment, you're not changing their community, you're not doing anything other than probably making them more frustrated. And you're making them more survivable, but you're not giving them freedom to achieve. And so I do think that from a practice model perspective, not only should employment be seriously looked at, but when we look at the solution, are we strengthening that family unit to be strong, safe, stable, intact? TANF has all of those principles in it, right? Insert all of those principles from TANF into Medicaid and SNAP and others, right? And make them the priorities of those, right? So yeah, that would be another opportunity. I love, again, Randy, what you said about incubators of success for the states. The states are, we're trying to figure it out, and this one isn't working, but this one is, and boy, let's run with it. It's working in Utah. Sounds like a winner. Let's do it, But yeah, giving the states that power to do it through waivers and other things.
I think it's been a fascinating discussion. I'll wrap now. I will say this. I hope for those in the room and anyone viewing this, if anything, this panel should demonstrate an impressive mix of humanity and intellect being aimed at this problem. And so thank you to all of you.